Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Summer camp at Pinewood had always been my escape from the suffocating routine of suburban life. At 17, I thought I knew what fear was. The anxiety of final exams, the terror of asking someone to prom, the dread of college applications looming ahead. But that was before the summer of 2017, before I met Cassandra, and before the night that would forever change how I understood the fragility of the human mind. Cassandra was unlike any girl I'd encountered in my sheltered high school existence. She carried herself with the swagger of someone who'd seen more of life's darker corners than most kids our age. Her black hair was always pulled back in a severe ponytail, and she wore her camp-issued t-shirts like armor, sleeves rolled up to reveal intricate scars along her forearms, not self-inflicted, she'd later tell me, but remnants of a house fire when she was 12. She never backed down from anything or anyone, whether it was climbing the highest tree during our outdoor adventures or staring down the camp bullies who thought they could intimidate the new kids. What I respected most about Cassandra was her brutal honesty. She didn't sugarcoat anything, didn't pretend to be someone she wasn't. When other campers complained about the lumpy mattresses or the questionable cafeteria food, Cassandra would just shrug and say she'd slept in worse places, eaten worse things. There was a hardness to her that intrigued me, a shell that seemed impenetrable. Our cabin, Cedar Lodge, housed 12 campers and 2 counselors. The building itself was ancient by camp standards, constructed in the 1960s with rough-hewn logs and a metal roof that amplified every raindrop into a thunderous drumbeat. The smell of decades of teenage occupancy lingered in the walls, a mixture of bug spray, sunscreen, dirty laundry, and something else I could never quite identify, perhaps fear itself, accumulated over countless summers of homesick children and whispered ghost stories. My bunk was directly across from Cassandra's, with our mutual friend Diego occupying the bed between us. The proximity meant I had a front row seat to observe her nightly rituals, which I found oddly comforting in their consistency. Every single night, without fail, she would arrange a small LED lantern on the windowsill beside her bed, check the batteries twice, and keep it burning until morning. When Diego jokingly asked her about it the first week, she'd simply said she liked to read late into the night, but I noticed she never had a book in her hands after lights out, just her eyes fixed on that steady glow, as if it were the only thing standing between her and something terrible. The weather that July had been unsettled, with afternoon thunderstorms rolling through the mountains with increasing frequency and intensity. The camp staff tried to maintain their cheerful demeanor, but I caught glimpses of concern in their hushed conversations during mealtimes. The local news had been reporting unusual atmospheric pressure readings, and there were whispers among the older counselors about previous summers when severe weather had forced early evacuations. By the third week, even Cassandra seemed on edge. Her usual bravado was replaced by a hyper-vigilant watchfulness, her eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. She'd started positioning herself with her back to walls during group activities, and I noticed her flinch whenever someone approached her from behind. Diego and I exchanged concerned glances, but didn't press her for explanations. We'd learned that Cassandra shared information on her own terms, never under pressure. The signs were building toward something catastrophic, though none of us recognized them at the time. The birds had grown silent during the day, no longer providing their usual soundtrack of chirps and calls. Even the insects seemed subdued, their normal evening chorus reduced to an occasional cricket or the distant buzz of a mosquito. The air itself felt heavy, pressing down on the camp like a physical weight that made breathing laborious and thinking difficult. The morning of July 23rd dawned with an oppressive stillness that made everyone uncomfortable. The sky was an odd shade of green-gray that I'd never seen before, and the humidity was so thick it felt like walking through warm cotton. During breakfast, the camp director, Miss Rodriguez, announced that all outdoor activities would be canceled for the day due to severe weather warnings. We were to remain in our cabins or the main lodge until further notice. I spent the morning writing letters home, something I'd been putting off for weeks. As I described the camp's activities and my new friendships, I found myself unable to shake the feeling that I was documenting something that was about to end. Not just the camp session, but something more fundamental. The sensation was so strong that I actually dated the letter for the following day, as if I knew that after tonight, time would be measured differently. Cassandra spent the morning obsessively checking and rechecking her small backpack, the one she never let out of her sight. I'd always assumed it contained the usual teenage contraband, cigarettes, candy, maybe some photos from home. But watching her count and recount whatever was inside, her lips moving silently as she cataloged each item, I realized the bag contained something much more significant. Emergency supplies, perhaps, or mementos from whatever trauma had shaped her into the guarded person she'd become. Diego tried to lighten the mood by organizing card games and sharing stories from his childhood in Phoenix, but even his infectious laugh couldn't penetrate the atmosphere of growing dread that seemed to be settling over our cabin like a fog. The younger campers were becoming increasingly restless, their usual chatter replaced by nervous giggles and darting glances toward the windows. Our counselors, Tanya and Mike, both college sophomores who usually radiated confident authority, were checking their phones constantly and speaking in low, urgent tones whenever they thought we weren't listening. By early afternoon, the first radio broadcasts began filtering through the camp's communication system. Tornado watches had been upgraded to warnings for our entire county. The National Weather Service was tracking a supercell thunderstorm that had already spawned multiple tornadoes as it moved eastward through the mountains. Expected arrival time, sunset. The camp's emergency protocols swung into action with military precision. All campers were to return to their cabins immediately after dinner, which would be served early. We were to remain in our bunks with flashlights and battery-powered radios until the all-clear was given. No one was to leave the cabins for any reason without direct authorization from the camp director. The swimming pool, recreational buildings, and outdoor areas were declared off-limits until morning. As we filed into the dining hall for what would be our last normal meal together, I caught sight of Cassandra's face in profile. Her jaw was clenched so tightly that I could see the muscles working beneath her skin, and her eyes had taken on a 1,000-yard stare that reminded me of war veterans in documentaries. She barely touched her food, instead spending the meal slowly rotating her water glass in perfect circles, the ice cubes creating a rhythmic clinking that somehow seemed ominous rather than soothing. The storm's arrival became audible during dessert, a low rumbling that started as barely perceptible vibration and gradually built into a continuous growl of thunder rolling across the mountain peaks. Through the dining hall's large windows, we watched the forest bend and sway, as wind gusts tested the strength of trees that had weathered decades of mountain storms. But this felt different, more violent and personal, as if nature itself had developed a malicious intent. The run from the dining hall to Cedar Lodge remains one of the most terrifying physical experiences of my life. What had been ominous rumbling just minutes earlier had exploded into a full-scale meteorological assault. The wind didn't just blow, it attacked, grabbing at our clothes and hair with what felt like malicious intent, trying to lift us off the ground and hurl us into the darkness. Rain struck like bullets, each drop hitting with enough force to sting exposed skin. The temperature had dropped at least 20 degrees in the span of an hour, turning the warm summer evening into something that felt like late autumn. Lightning blazed across the sky in continuous sheets rather than individual bolts, creating a strobing effect that turned the familiar campgrounds into an alien landscape of stark shadows and blinding white illumination. I ran directly behind Cassandra, close enough to grab her if the wind tried to steal her away. Even through the chaos, I could see her technique. She moved with the deliberate efficiency of someone who'd fled through dangerous territory before. Her backpack was clutched to her chest rather than worn normally, her head down to protect her face from the driving rain, her steps measured and purposeful despite the urgency of our situation. Diego stumbled twice during the 50-yard sprint, saved both times by the combined efforts of Cassandra and myself. His face was white with terror, his usual easy smile replaced by wide-eyed panic as he struggled to maintain his footing on the rain-slicked path. Behind us, other campers were crying, shouting instructions to each other, and generally adding to the chaos. But ahead of us, Cassandra moved like a ghost, silent and focused, as if she'd been preparing for this exact scenario her entire life. The cabin door slammed shut behind the last of our group with a sound like a gunshot. Inside, the familiar space had been transformed by the emergency lighting and the sounds of the storm battering the building from all sides. The metal roof amplified every raindrop into a percussion symphony that made conversation nearly impossible without shouting. Wind found every gap in the old log construction, creating whistling sounds that seemed almost musical in their variety and intensity. Tanya and Mike immediately began distributing flashlights and checking their radio for emergency broadcasts. The news was not reassuring. Multiple tornadoes had been confirmed on the ground, with at least 2 tracking directly toward our area. All residents of the county were advised to seek immediate shelter in interior rooms, away from windows, and to remain there until morning. The expected duration of the severe weather, 6 to 8 hours. As we settled into our bunks with our emergency supplies, I noticed Cassandra had positioned herself in the corner bed farthest from any windows, her back against the solid log wall. Her LED lantern was already burning, casting a small circle of warm light that seemed pathetically inadequate against the supernatural darkness pressing against the cabin's windows. She'd arranged her possessions with military precision, flashlight within easy reach, backpack contents apparently inventoried and ready for rapid deployment, shoes positioned for immediate use. The storm continued to intensify throughout the early evening hours. Tree branches began striking the roof and walls with increasing frequency, each impact sending vibrations through the entire structure. The electrical power failed around 9 o'clock, plunging us into a world illuminated only by scattered flashlight beams and Cassandra's unwavering lantern. The darkness outside the windows was absolute, a black so complete it seemed solid, pressing against the glass like something alive trying to force its way inside. The power failure changed everything. What had been merely frightening became genuinely terrifying as our modern securities were stripped away one by one. The electric lights that had provided psychological comfort vanished. The heater that had been fighting the unseasonable cold fell silent. Even the small sounds of electrical systems, the hum of refrigerators, the whisper of air circulation, disappeared, leaving only the storm's relentless assault on our fragile shelter. Diego had managed to fall asleep around 10 o'clock, his natural optimism apparently extending to his ability to find rest even in crisis. His steady breathing provided a counterpoint to the chaos outside, a reminder that normal human existence was still possible even as the world seemed intent on destroying itself. I envied his peace, but sleep felt impossible with the storm raging, and Cassandra sitting rigid in her bunk, staring at shadows that seemed to move independently of our flashlight beams. Tanya and Mike had positioned themselves near the radio, taking turns monitoring emergency broadcasts and trying to maintain some semblance of authority in a situation that had clearly exceeded their training. Their voices carried undertones of barely controlled panic as they relayed updates. More tornadoes confirmed, power outages across 3 counties, emergency crews unable to respond until the storm passed. We were truly on our own until dawn. Around midnight, the storm reached what I hoped was its peak intensity. The sound of wind through the trees had evolved from a roar into something more primal, a keening wail that seemed to contain voices, as if the storm itself were screaming in agony or rage. Tree falls became frequent enough that we stopped flinching at each crash, the sounds blending into a continuous soundtrack of destruction. Through brief gaps in the storm's fury, we could hear similar sounds from the direction of other cabins, shouts, crying, the occasional crash of breaking glass or splintering wood. Cassandra had not moved from her position in over an hour. She sat cross-legged on her bunk, back straight against the wall, eyes fixed on the darkest corner of the cabin where the shadows seemed deepest. Her lantern created a small pool of sanity around her, but beyond its reach the darkness writhed and shifted with each lightning flash, creating the illusion of movement where there should be none. I found myself watching the same corner, trying to understand what held her attention so completely. The temperature inside the cabin continued to drop as cold air found every gap in our shelter's defenses. Our breath began to form small clouds in the flashlight beams, and several of the younger campers had wrapped themselves in every blanket they could find. The cold was more than physical discomfort. It carried a psychological weight that made thinking difficult and hope seem like a naive luxury we could no longer afford. As the storm raged on, I became aware of a change in its character. The random violence of wind and rain was gradually being replaced by something that felt more organized, more purposeful. The sounds began to take on patterns, not quite rhythmic, but structured in a way that suggested intelligence behind the chaos. Lightning strikes started to feel coordinated rather than random, illuminating specific areas of our surroundings, as if something were deliberately searching for weaknesses in our defenses. It was during one of these lightning flashes that I first saw what Cassandra had been watching. In the corner where the shadows gathered most thickly, the darkness seemed to have gained substance. Instead of simply being the absence of light, It appeared to have weight and texture, pressing against the walls and ceiling like smoke trapped in an invisible container. The sight lasted only for the duration of the lightning flash, but it was enough to make me understand why Cassandra had been staring with such intensity. The realization that we were being observed came gradually, like a poisonous thought seeping through the barriers of rational denial. What had seemed like tricks of light and shadow began to reveal themselves as something far more sinister, shapes that moved with purpose rather than randomness, darkness that seemed to watch and evaluate rather than simply exist. Cassandra spoke for the first time in hours, her voice barely audible above the storm but carrying clearly in the unnatural stillness that had settled over our immediate area. "Do you see them too?" she asked, not turning her head from her vigil over the corner. Her question wasn't directed at anyone specific, but I knew she meant me. She'd noticed my growing awareness of whatever presence had taken residence in our cabin. I wanted to deny it, to rationalize away what my eyes were reporting. But the darkness in that corner was moving with too much intention to be dismissed as imagination. It flowed and shifted like liquid, but maintained a coherence that suggested structure beneath its fluid surface. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of what might have been limbs or a head, but the shapes dissolved the moment I tried to focus on them directly. "See what?" Diego mumbled from his bunk, finally awakening as the storm's intensity began to fluctuate rather than maintaining its previous steady assault. His question carried genuine confusion. Apparently, whatever was manifesting in our cabin was selective about its visibility. Tanya and Mike continued their radio monitoring without any sign of awareness, their flashlight beams passing through the corner without revealing anything unusual to their eyes. Cassandra finally turned to look at me, and I saw something in her expression that made my stomach clench with fear. It wasn't terror. She was too controlled for that. Instead, her face carried the resigned acceptance of someone confronting a familiar enemy. "They follow me," she said simply. "They always have since the fire. I thought maybe here, with all these people around, they'd leave me alone. But storms make them stronger." The fire she mentioned, the one that had left scars on her arms, suddenly took on new significance. I'd assumed it was a tragic accident, the kind of random disaster that occasionally destroys families and leaves survivors struggling to rebuild. But the way she spoke about them suggested something more complex, more personal. These weren't random supernatural entities drawn by tragedy. They were specifically connected to Cassandra, following her like predators that had selected their prey and were waiting for the right moment to strike. As if responding to her acknowledgement, the darkness in the corner began to move more aggressively. What had been subtle shifting became obvious manipulation of space and shadow. The temperature around us dropped another 10 degrees, and our breath began to form not just visible clouds but actual crystals that tinkled to the floor like broken glass. The sound of the storm outside seemed to recede, replaced by something that might have been breathing, slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations that came from everywhere and nowhere. Diego sat up on his bunk, finally fully awake and alert.
"Guys, what's happening? It's getting really cold, and I swear I can hear—"
He trailed off as his flashlight beam swept across the corner. And for a moment, just long enough for all three of us to see clearly, the darkness took on a definite shape. Not human, but not entirely alien either. It was tall enough that it had to hunch to fit beneath the cabin's sloped ceiling, and its proportions were wrong in ways that hurt to contemplate. Where eyes should have been, there were points of dim red light that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the illumination from our flashlights. The sight lasted perhaps 3 seconds before the thing retreated deeper into shadow, but it was enough to shatter Diego's composure completely. He began to hyperventilate, his flashlight shaking so violently that its beam created a strobe effect across the cabin walls. "What was that?" he gasped. "What the hell was that thing?" Cassandra moved with practiced efficiency, pulling a small bottle from her backpack and forcing Diego to drink whatever it contained. His panic attack subsided within minutes, replaced by a glassy-eyed calm that suggested she'd given him something stronger than water. "Sedative," she explained when I shot her a questioning look. "My doctor prescribed it for emergencies. He's better off unconscious right now." With Diego safely medicated and our counselors still obliviously monitoring their radio, Cassandra and I were left alone to confront whatever had taken residence in our cabin. The thing in the corner seemed to sense the reduction in witnesses and began to manifest more boldly. The red points of light that served as its eyes grew brighter, and I could make out more details of its impossible anatomy. Limbs that bent in too many places, fingers that extended far beyond normal proportions, a face that seemed to shift between human and something else entirely. It feeds on fear, Cassandra explained in the matter-of-fact tone she used for discussing camp activities or meal schedules. The more terrified you are, the more solid it becomes. That's why I keep the light burning. Not because I'm afraid of the dark, but because I need to see them coming. You can't fight something you can't see. The knowledge that our fear was literally fueling the entity's manifestation created a vicious cycle. Trying not to be afraid of something actively threatening you is like trying not to think of a white elephant. The very effort creates the opposite result. I could feel my terror feeding the thing, watching it grow more substantial with each racing heartbeat, each drop of cold sweat that trickled down my spine. The storm outside had evolved into something beyond meteorological explanation. The wind now carried voices, not quite human, but close enough to be disturbing. They seemed to be calling names, though not names I recognized. The voices carried emotions too complex for simple sound: longing, hunger, and something that might have been loneliness so profound it had curdled into malevolence. As the thing in the corner continued to solidify, other phenomena began manifesting throughout the cabin. Shadows moved independently of their sources. The temperature variations became extreme, patches of freezing cold alternating with areas that felt like they were heated by invisible fires. Our flashlight beams began to bend and distort, creating impossible angles that hurt to look at directly. Most disturbing of all were the changes in our counselors. While they remained unaware of the primary manifestation, they were clearly being affected by whatever presence had invaded our space. Their radio conversations became increasingly incoherent, filled with references to people and places that made no sense. Tanya began speaking to empty air, carrying on detailed conversations with invisible companions. Mike started laughing at random intervals, not the normal laughter of someone trying to maintain morale, but the hollow sound of someone whose grip on reality was slipping. They're being influenced too, Cassandra observed. It's not just about seeing the entities directly. They create fields of disturbance that affect everyone nearby. That's what happened to my family during the fire. Not everyone could see what I saw, but everyone felt the effects. The mention of her family raised questions I didn't dare ask. How many people had been affected? How many had survived? And why had Cassandra been spared when others presumably hadn't been so fortunate? But there was no time for personal history. The thing in the corner was becoming more active, testing the boundaries of our small circle of lantern light, like a predator probing for weaknesses in its prey's defenses. Around 3 in the morning, the entity made its first direct attempt to communicate. The voices from the storm outside suddenly unified into a single clear sound that bypassed our ears entirely and spoke directly to our minds. It didn't use words. Language was too crude a tool for the concepts it wanted to convey. Instead, it transmitted pure meaning, flooding our consciousness with images and sensations that no human vocabulary could adequately describe. The message was simple in its horror. We were not the first group it had encountered, and we would not be the last. It had been feeding on human fear for longer than our civilization had existed, following catastrophes and disasters like a scavenger drawn to carrion. The storm was not a natural phenomenon, but a hunting ground it had created, a controlled environment where it could corner its prey and feast without interruption. The entity's revelation that it had been orchestrating events rather than simply taking advantage of them transformed our situation from bad to hopeless. We weren't just victims of circumstance caught in a natural disaster. We were prey that had been deliberately herded into a trap. Every aspect of our current predicament, from the storm's unusual intensity to our isolation in the cabin, had been engineered to create optimal feeding conditions. Cassandra seemed less surprised by this information than I was, suggesting she'd encountered similar situations before. The fire at my house wasn't an electrical accident, she said quietly, finally sharing the story she'd kept hidden since our friendship began. It started the same way, a storm that came out of nowhere, power failures, and then they appeared. My parents and younger brother couldn't see them directly, but they felt the effects. Dad started drinking heavily, Mom became paranoid and wouldn't let us leave the house, and my brother developed night terrors so severe he had to be hospitalized. She paused to check on Diego, who was still unconscious but breathing steadily. The sedative had been a mercy. Whatever psychological torment he would have endured while conscious was beyond what any 17-year-old should have to experience. The fire started in my room, she continued. I was watching them move around, trying to figure out what they wanted. When one of them reached out and touched the curtains, they just ignited. Not like normal fire, this burned cold and spread faster than anything natural could. The implications of her story were staggering. These entities weren't just passive observers or even simple predators. They were actively malevolent, capable of manipulating physical reality to cause maximum psychological and physical damage to their victims. The fact that Cassandra had survived such an encounter made her either incredibly lucky or incredibly strong. Given what I'd observed of her character, I suspected it was the latter. Our current situation was deteriorating rapidly. The thing in the corner had grown substantial enough to cast its own shadow, creating a recursive loop of darkness within darkness that hurt to contemplate. Its breathing sounds had become unmistakably organic, no longer the ambiguous whispers they'd started as, but clearly biological processes occurring in something that definitely possessed lungs and a respiratory system. The voices in the storm were multiplying as well, suggesting that other entities were being drawn to our location like moths to a flame. What had started as a single presence was becoming a congregation, with each new arrival adding to the oppressive atmosphere that was making thought increasingly difficult. The air itself seemed thick with malevolent intelligence, pressing down on us like a physical weight that threatened to crush whatever sanity we had left. Our counselors had deteriorated to the point where they were no longer reliable sources of help or information. Tanya was now completely engaged in conversations with invisible companions, her side of the dialogue suggesting she was being given detailed instructions about activities that made no logical sense. Mike had stopped monitoring the radio entirely and was instead drawing elaborate diagrams on scraps of paper, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed peripherally. "We need to last until sunrise," Cassandra said, though her voice carried less certainty than her words suggested. "They're creatures of storm and darkness. When the sun comes up and the weather clears, they'll retreat to wherever they came from. But we have to survive the next 3 hours without letting them feed enough to become fully materialized." 3 hours. It sounded like nothing under normal circumstances. The length of a movie, a single class period, a short nap. But with terror distorting our perception of time and every minute feeling like an hour, it might as well have been an eternity. The entity in the corner seemed to sense our desperation and began moving more aggressively, testing the boundaries of Cassandra's lantern light, like a wolf probing for gaps in a campfire's protection. The physical manifestations were becoming impossible to ignore. Scratching sounds came from inside the walls, as if something were trying to claw its way through the logs from the outside. The floor began to vibrate in rhythmic patterns that felt like a massive heartbeat coming from beneath the cabin. Most disturbing of all, the shadows cast by our own bodies started to move independently, reaching toward the corner where the primary entity waited with a patience that felt infinite. The final hour before sunrise tested every limit of human endurance. The entities had multiplied to the point where the entire cabin felt saturated with hostile presence. Every corner held watchers, every shadow concealed movement, and the air itself seemed alive with malevolent intelligence. The temperature had dropped to the point where our breath formed not just clouds but actual ice crystals, creating a constant tinkling sound as frozen exhalations fell to the floor. Cassandra's lantern, which had been our sole reliable source of protection, began to flicker as its battery approached exhaustion. Each dimming of the light brought the surrounding darkness closer, and I could see panic beginning to crack her controlled facade for the first time since I'd known her. "I don't have spare batteries," she admitted, her voice barely audible above the sounds of supernatural activity that now filled every corner of our shelter. The scratching in the walls had evolved into what sounded like construction activity, as if multiple entities were working to dismantle our cabin from the inside out. Boards creaked and groaned under pressures that had nothing to do with wind or weather. Through gaps that hadn't existed before, cold air flowed in streams that felt directed and purposeful rather than random. We were being systematically exposed, our defenses stripped away piece by piece. Diego remained unconscious, which continued to be a blessing rather than a curse. His face had taken on an expression of peaceful oblivion that I envied deeply. Whatever dreams the sedative had given him were surely preferable to our waking nightmare. Tanya and Mike had progressed beyond mere psychological influence to what appeared to be complete possession or control. Their movements had become synchronized in ways that normal humans don't move, and when they spoke, their voices carried harmonics that suggested multiple speakers rather than individuals. The primary entity in the corner had grown large enough to require the entire vertical space of the cabin, its impossible proportions folded and twisted to accommodate the structural limitations of our shelter. The red lights that served as its eyes had multiplied, creating a constellation of malevolent attention that tracked our every movement. When it shifted position, the sound was like breaking bones amplified through a cathedral's acoustics. As Cassandra's lantern continued to dim, I made a decision that probably saved both our lives. Instead of trying to conserve the remaining battery power by reducing the light output, I cranked it to maximum brightness, creating one final burst of illumination that drove the shadows back to their farthest possible positions. The entities recoiled like vampires confronted with garlic, their forms becoming less substantial as the light blazed through our small space. When it dies, I told Cassandra, we run for the main lodge. Whatever happens, don't stop moving until we're in a room with other people and electric lights. She nodded grimly, understanding that our window of opportunity would last only as long as it took the entities to realize their prey was attempting to escape. The lantern's death was not gradual. One moment it blazed with final desperation, and the next it flickered out completely, plunging us into a darkness so complete it felt solid. But instead of the expected assault from surrounding entities, we were greeted by something else entirely. The first gray traces of dawn filtering through the cabin's windows. The storm, which had raged with supernatural intensity throughout the night, was beginning to break apart as natural weather patterns reasserted themselves. The effect on our supernatural tormentors was immediate and dramatic. The scratching in the walls stopped abruptly. The temperature began to rise toward normal levels. Most importantly, the oppressive sense of hostile presence that had filled the cabin began to dissipate like morning fog touched by sunlight. The entities weren't destroyed. I could sense them retreating rather than dying, but they were clearly weakened by the approaching day. Cassandra and I didn't wait to see what happened next. We grabbed our essential belongings, checked that Diego was still breathing, and made our escape into the growing daylight. The storm had left the campgrounds transformed, trees down everywhere, buildings damaged, the familiar landscape rearranged by wind and rain. But it all looked wonderfully, gloriously normal in the pale morning light. We found other survivors gathered in the main lodge, sharing stories of a night that had tested everyone's sanity. But as we compared experiences, it became clear that Cassandra and I had encountered something beyond what the others had faced. Their stories were of fear and discomfort, property damage and power outages. Only we spoke of entities and impossible manifestations, of darkness given substance and malevolence made manifest. Later investigation would reveal that our cabin had been built on the site of a previous structure that had burned in 1987, claiming the lives of 3 campers during a similar summer storm. The official report cited electrical failure and blocked exits, but local folklore spoke of supernatural influences and unexplained phenomena. The rebuilt cabin had been constructed with modern safety features and blessed by local clergy, but apparently some presences are too persistent to be deterred by human precautions. Cassandra never returned to camp after that summer, and she transferred to a different school district before our senior year began. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she'd continued to experience supernatural encounters, though she'd learned to manage them better as she matured. Diego recovered from his sedative-induced unconsciousness with no memory of the night's supernatural events, though he developed a lasting phobia of storms that persisted into adulthood. As for me, I've never experienced anything similar since that night at Pinewood Camp. Whether the entities were specifically drawn to Cassandra's presence, or whether I was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, I may never know, but I learned something valuable about the nature of fear and courage. Sometimes survival requires not the absence of terror, but the ability to function despite it. In the darkest hours before dawn, when the impossible becomes inevitable and reality becomes negotiable, the only reliable defense is the light we carry within ourselves and our determination to see another sunrise. The camp closed permanently the following winter, citing structural damage from the storm and declining enrollment. The official records make no mention of supernatural activity, but those of us who were there that night carry memories that no amount of official denial can erase. Some experiences transcend explanation, existing in the spaces between what we think we know about reality and what reality actually contains. In those spaces, on nights when storms rage and darkness feels alive with hostile intent, we learn that courage is not the absence of fear. It's the decision to keep moving forward despite terror, to protect the light that separates civilization from chaos, and to believe that dawn will always come, no matter how long or dark the night may be. I was 11 when Kay handed me the porcelain doll. wrapped in tissue paper that crinkled like dead leaves. The party was winding down, cake crumbs scattered across our kitchen table, and most of my friends had already gone home. But Kay lingered, clutching this final present with an odd intensity that made my stomach flutter with unease. "My aunt gave this to me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I can't keep it. It watches me when I try to sleep." The doll was beautiful in the way only expensive things can be. Pristine white dress with intricate lace trim, real human hair styled in perfect ringlets, and those glass eyes that seemed to hold depth beyond their painted surfaces. When I lifted it from the wrapping, its weight surprised me. This wasn't some cheap plastic toy. This was crafted with care, meant to last generations. My grandmother inspected it with the practiced eye of someone who knew quality when she saw it. "This is genuine porcelain," she told me, running her weathered fingers along the doll's painted cheeks. "These cost hundreds of dollars. They're not meant for playing. They're collectibles, meant to be displayed and admired." That first night, I placed the doll on my dresser, angling it so it faced my bed. The moonlight streaming through my bedroom window caught its glassy stare, creating an almost ethereal glow around its features. I remember lying there, studying every detail, the tiny painted lips, the delicate eyebrows, the way its dress fell in perfect folds around its porcelain limbs. Something felt different about my room that night. The familiar creaks and settling sounds of our old house seemed amplified, more pronounced. Every shadow appeared deeper, every corner darker. When I finally drifted off, I dreamed of Victorian parlors and children who never aged, their laughter echoing through empty hallways lined with identical dolls. 3 years later, we moved to the old log cabin, nestled in the woods about 20 miles from town. The place had character, hand-hewn beams, a stone fireplace that dominated the living room, and windows that let in filtered sunlight through ancient oak trees. My doll had traveled with me through every move, carefully wrapped and protected in a special box my grandmother had bought specifically for it. By then, I had acquired the second doll, smaller, with auburn hair and a blue velvet dress, as an Easter gift from my parents. Where the larger doll exuded an elegant sophistication, this one possessed an almost childlike mischief in its painted expression. Together, they made quite a pair on my bedroom dresser. The cabin's atmosphere affected everyone differently. My parents loved the rustic charm and the peace of being surrounded by nature. I found it comforting, like living inside a storybook. But when my sisters came to live with us that fall, their reactions to both the house and my dolls were immediate and visceral. The first time my youngest sister entered my room, she stopped dead in her tracks, staring at the dolls with wide, frightened eyes. "Why are they looking at me like that?" she asked, backing toward the door. "Their eyes, they're following me." I laughed it off, explaining that it was just an optical illusion created by the way glass eyes were painted. But even as I dismissed her fears, I noticed something I hadn't before. When I moved from one side of the room to the other, the doll's gazes did seem to track my movement. It was subtle, barely noticeable unless you were specifically looking for it, but undeniably there. My middle sister's reaction was even stronger. She refused to sleep in our shared bedroom until I agreed to turn the larger doll around to face the wall. "I can feel it watching me," she insisted, her voice shaking. "Even when I close my eyes, I can feel those glass eyes boring into me." To keep peace, I began rotating the doll each night, though I found their concerns somewhat amusing. After all, I'd lived with these dolls for years without incident. They were beautiful objects, crafted with skill and artistry. What could possibly be frightening about them? As autumn deepened into winter, my sister's discomfort with the dolls only intensified. They began making specific requests about how the dolls should be positioned, with increasingly detailed instructions about angles and sightlines. The larger doll wore a small velvet hat with a delicate brim, part of its original outfit, and my sisters discovered that pulling this hat down over the doll's eyes seemed to provide them with psychological relief. "Please," my youngest sister would plead every night before bed, "just pull the hat down so it can't see us while we sleep." I obliged, finding their ritual both endearing and slightly ridiculous. Each evening I would carefully adjust the tiny hat, pulling it forward until the doll's glass eyes were completely obscured. It became part of our bedtime routine, as regular as brushing teeth or saying prayers. But then strange things began happening. I would wake in the morning to find the hat mysteriously pushed back, the doll's eyes once again visible and seemingly alert. At first, I assumed I hadn't pulled it down far enough, or perhaps the hat had simply shifted during the night due to vibrations from people walking around the house. The third time it happened, I made sure to pull the hat down securely, even tucking the edges carefully around the doll's forehead. The next morning, not only was the hat pushed back, but it was positioned higher than it had ever been before, as if someone had deliberately lifted it to give the doll the best possible view of our bedroom. My sisters noticed immediately. They demanded I move the dolls out of our room entirely, but I refused. These were my possessions, gifts that meant something to me, and I wasn't going to banish them to some dusty closet because of what I still believed were irrational fears. Instead, I began paying closer attention. I started checking the hat's position multiple times throughout the night, getting up at various hours to ensure it remained pulled down. What I discovered made my skin prickle with unease. Without fail, sometime between midnight and dawn, that hat would be repositioned, always in the exact same way, pushed back just enough to fully expose the doll's eyes, angled slightly as if the doll were trying to get a better view of something specific. The summer I turned 16, I traveled to Florida to spend 2 months with my aunts. It was my first extended time away from home, and while I was excited about the beaches and warm weather, I felt oddly reluctant to leave my dolls behind. They had become such a constant presence in my life that their absence felt like leaving part of myself behind. Before departing, I carefully positioned both dolls according to my sister's specifications, facing my bed with the larger one's hat pulled down securely. I even placed them slightly further back on the dresser, thinking that might help my sisters feel more comfortable during my absence. The Florida summer passed in a blur of sun, sand, and family gatherings. My aunts kept me busy with beach trips, shopping excursions, and visits to local attractions. For weeks, I barely thought about the dolls or what might be happening back home. It wasn't until I received a frantic phone call from my youngest sister that the familiar chill of unease crept back into my thoughts. "You need to come home," she whispered into the phone, her voice tight with fear. "Something's wrong with your doll. It's moving around by itself." She described waking up one morning to find the larger doll sitting on the edge of my bed, hat pushed back, appearing to survey the room with those unblinking glass eyes. Both sisters swore they had placed it back on the dresser the night before, face down, hat secured. Yet there it sat, positioned as if it had been watching them sleep. The incidents escalated throughout the summer. My middle sister reported finding the doll in different locations each morning, sometimes on the windowsill, once sitting in my desk chair facing their beds, another time discovered standing upright near the bedroom door as if it had been trying to leave the room. The most disturbing incident occurred just a week before my return. Both sisters had grown so unnerved by the doll's apparent movements that they decided to contain it more securely. They wrapped it in a blanket and placed it inside my closet, shutting the door firmly and even positioning a chair against it for good measure. The next morning, they found the closet door standing open, the chair moved aside, and the doll sitting on my bed, unwrapped and positioned exactly as they had first found it, hat back, eyes exposed, facing their beds with an expression that seemed almost triumphant. When I returned from Florida, tan and relaxed, I found both sisters pale and jumpy, reluctant to spend time in our bedroom during daylight hours, and absolutely refusing to sleep there after dark. They had moved into the living room, creating makeshift beds on the couch and floor, claiming they felt safer in the open space near our parents' room. 2 years later, after we had moved into our new house on the other side of town, I left for college. The new house was modern, bright, and cheerful. Everything the old cabin hadn't been. I had hoped this change of environment might put an end to the strange occurrences surrounding my dolls, but distance seemed only to amplify their mysterious behavior. I had arranged my dolls on a wooden bookshelf near my bedroom door, positioned where they could overlook the entire room. The shelf also held several wooden boxes containing my jewelry and other small treasures, creating a small display area that pleased me greatly. It was during my second semester that my grandmother began reporting the sounds. She described them as rhythmic knocking, like someone rapping their knuckles against wood with deliberate measured beats. The sounds always came from my room, always during the early morning hours when the house was otherwise completely quiet. "It's probably your mini fridge," she reasoned when she first mentioned it to me over the phone. "Those old units can make all sorts of strange noises when the compressor kicks in." But when I asked her to describe the sound more specifically, her explanation didn't match anything a refrigerator might produce. These weren't the mechanical hums, clicks, or rattles typical of appliances. These were deliberate, purposeful sounds, 3 sharp raps, followed by a pause, then 3 more raps, repeating in an endless cycle that sometimes lasted for hours. The pattern never varied. Rap, 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 silence. Rap, 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 silence. It was too regular to be random, too purposeful to be mechanical. My grandmother timed the intervals and discovered they occurred exactly every 30 seconds, with precision that would have been impossible for any natural settling or expansion of the house's materials. On the 3rd morning of these disturbances, my grandmother decided to investigate. She crept down the hallway toward my room, following the sound to its source. As she approached my door, the knocking grew louder, more insistent. She could pinpoint its origin to the exact area where I kept my dolls and wooden boxes. But the moment she turned the doorknob, the sound ceased completely. She entered the room, examined the mini fridge, checked all the wooden surfaces for signs of shifting or movement, but found nothing out of place. The dolls sat exactly where I had left them, their glass eyes reflecting the morning sunlight streaming through my windows. Yet as soon as she returned to her bedroom and closed the door, the knocking resumed with the same methodical persistence. This happened every time she approached my room over the next several weeks. The sounds would continue right up until the moment she touched my doorknob, then stopped so abruptly it left her ears ringing in the sudden silence. When I returned home for spring break, my grandmother insisted I investigate the mysterious sounds myself. I spent one entire afternoon examining every inch of my room, checking for loose boards, examining the mini fridge's internal mechanisms, even testing the stability of the wooden bookshelf. Everything appeared normal, yet my grandmother's accounts were so detailed and consistent that I couldn't dismiss them as imagination. It was during this visit that my parents' friend Heather learned about the dolls and their alleged supernatural activities. Heather had always been fascinated by ghost stories and claimed to have had several paranormal experiences of her own. When she heard about the moving hat, the changing positions, and the mysterious knocking, she begged me to let her see the dolls for herself. I was reluctant to allow anyone into my room without supervision. These were precious possessions, after all, and I didn't appreciate people handling them without permission. But Heather was persistent, and my parents encouraged me to let her satisfy her curiosity. What I didn't know was that Heather had no intention of simply observing the dolls. While I was outside helping my father with yard work, she snuck into my room with her phone camera, determined to capture evidence of supernatural activity. She later described her experience in vivid, unsettling detail. The room had felt oppressive the moment she entered, as if the air itself had grown thick and resistant. The dolls sat on their shelf, the larger one positioned slightly forward, hat pulled back, eyes seeming to track her movement as she approached. Heather lifted her phone and focused on the larger doll's face, zooming in to capture the intricate details of its painted features. Through the phone's screen, she watched the doll's reflection, waiting for any sign of movement or anomaly. What happened next made her drop the phone and flee the room in terror. As she watched through the camera's display, the doll's eyes, which had been staring straight ahead, suddenly shifted to look directly at her. Not the subtle optical illusion that glass eyes sometimes create, but a definite, deliberate movement from one fixed point to another. She managed to take the photo at the exact moment the eyes moved, capturing what she swore was undeniable proof of supernatural activity. When she showed me the image later, I had to admit there was something unsettling about it. The doll's expression seemed more alert, more aware than I had ever noticed before. Its eyes appeared to have depth and intelligence that transcended mere painted glass. But what disturbed me most was realizing that someone had been in my room without permission, handling my possessions and violating my privacy. From that day forward, I made sure my bedroom door was always locked when I wasn't home, and I moved the dolls to a position where they faced the door itself, as if they were now serving as guardians of my personal space. As I entered my senior year of college, the incidents involving my dolls became more frequent and more difficult to rationalize away. During one particularly stressful finals week, I was studying late in my room when I heard a soft thudding sound behind me. I turned to see the smaller doll lying face down on the floor, having apparently fallen from its shelf position. I picked it up, examining it carefully for any damage. The porcelain was uncracked, the clothing intact, but as I held it in my hands, I noticed something that made my pulse quicken. The doll felt warm, as if it had been sitting in direct sunlight, despite the fact that my room was lit only by a desk lamp and the shelf received no direct heat from any source. More disturbing still was the way the doll's hair had become disheveled, as if someone had been running their fingers through it. The strands were tangled and wild, completely different from the neat styled appearance it had maintained for years. When I tried to smooth the hair back into place, several strands came loose in my hands, far more than normal wear should have caused. As I worked to restore the doll's appearance, I found myself studying its face more intently than I had in years. There was something different about its expression, something I couldn't quite identify. The painted features were identical to what I remembered, yet somehow the overall effect had changed. Where once the doll had appeared sweetly innocent, it now seemed to possess a knowing, almost calculating look. The temperature in my room began to fluctuate wildly during this period. I would wake up shivering despite having gone to sleep in comfortable warmth, or find myself sweating in what should have been cool conditions. My roommates never experienced similar temperature changes in their rooms, and maintenance could find nothing wrong with our heating and cooling systems. Most unsettling of all were the dreams that began occurring with increasing frequency. I would dream of being in vast, dimly lit rooms filled with hundreds of identical dolls, all arranged on shelves that stretched up beyond the reach of any light. In these dreams, I was always searching for something, though I never knew what, while the dolls watched my frantic movements with silent, patient attention. The dreams felt different from normal nighttime imaginings. They possessed a clarity and consistency that made them seem almost like memories rather than fantasy. I would wake with the distinct impression that I had actually been somewhere else, that some part of me had spent the night wandering through those endless galleries of watching eyes. Now, at 22, I continue to live with my dolls despite everything that has happened over the years. They sit in my current apartment, positioned on a shelf near my desk where I can see them as I work. The larger one still wears its velvet hat, though I no longer bother pulling it down to cover its eyes. After more than a decade together, we seem to have reached an understanding of sorts. I have learned to recognize the signs of their activity, the subtle temperature changes, the way shadows seem to shift and dance around their shelf, the occasional sounds of movement when no one else is home. Rather than frightening me, these phenomena have become part of the rhythm of my daily life, like living with peculiar but ultimately harmless roommates. Just last week, as I was writing late into the night, I heard a soft scraping sound behind me. When I turned to look, I could have sworn I saw the smaller doll's position had shifted slightly, its body angled more toward my desk as if it had been trying to see what I was working on. Instead of alarm, I felt an odd sense of companionship, as if my audience of two had simply been showing interest in my activities. My friends and family still react with varying degrees of unease when they see the dolls. Some refuse to stay in my apartment overnight, claiming the dolls make them uncomfortable. Others are fascinated and ask endless questions about the strange incidents I've experienced. A few have suggested I get rid of them entirely, arguing that no possessions are worth the stress and fear they seem to generate. But I can't imagine parting with them now. They've become an integral part of my identity, witnesses to my growth from childhood through young adulthood. Whatever intelligence or awareness they might possess, I believe it means me no harm. We've coexisted for too many years through too many changes and challenges for our relationship to be purely malevolent. Sometimes, during quiet evening hours, I find myself talking to them, not because I expect responses, but because their constant presence has made them confidants of a sort. I tell them about my day, my worries, my plans for the future. Their glass eyes reflect my words back to me with what I choose to interpret as understanding rather than judgment. There are moments when I catch myself wondering what they might say if they could speak, what stories they might tell about the years we've spent together. But then I remember the old warning my grandmother mentioned long ago, that you should never break a china doll, lest the spirit inside take its revenge. Perhaps some mysteries are better left unsolved. Perhaps some companions are meant to remain beautiful, silent, and slightly unsettling. As long as they continue to watch over me with those enigmatic glass eyes, offering their own form of protection and presence, I think I can live with not knowing exactly what lies behind their painted smiles. After all, everyone needs someone to keep them company in the darkness, even if that someone happens to be made of porcelain and dressed in lace. My name is Charles Smith, and I've seen things that most people wouldn't believe. At 64 years old, with over a decade of experience as a park ranger under my belt, I thought I'd seen it all. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day in Big Bend National Park, Texas. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, where the tallest buildings were grain silos, and the most exciting thing that ever happened was the annual county fair. As a kid, I'd spend hours poring over National Geographic magazines, dreaming of far-off places and wild adventures. When I hit my 50s, after a long career in accounting that left me feeling unfulfilled, I decided it was time for a change. That's how I ended up here, in the heart of the Chihuahuan Desert, living a life I'd only dreamed about as a boy. The vastness of Big Bend never fails to take my breath away. Over 800,000 acres of rugged beauty, from the Chisos Mountains to the winding Rio Grande. It's a place where you can walk for days without seeing another soul, where the silence is so complete you can hear your own heartbeat. Most people find that kind of solitude unnerving, but for me, it's always been a comfort. Or at least it was until that day. It was a Tuesday in late September, the kind of day where summer's heat still clings to the air, but you can feel the promise of autumn just around the corner. I remember it clearly because it was my wedding anniversary. Sarah, my wife of 40 years, had passed away 2 years prior, and I'd taken to working on that day to keep the memories at bay. I started my shift like any other. The sun was just peeking over the eastern horizon as I pulled up to the ranger station in my old Ford pickup. The air was crisp, and the scent of creosote bush hung heavy, that distinct smell of the desert that always reminds me of rain, even when the sky is cloudless. Inside the station, I poured myself a cup of coffee, black, no sugar, and checked the logbook. Nothing unusual had been reported overnight. A few campers in the Chisos Basin, a group of hikers planning to tackle the South Rim Trail, and a lone backpacker who'd registered for a week-long trek through some of the park's more remote areas. As I sipped my coffee, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the date, maybe it was just my old bones sensing a change in the weather, but something felt different. I grabbed my gear, water, first aid kit, radio, and sidearm, and headed out. My plan was to patrol one of the less traveled areas of the park, a stretch of rugged terrain about 15 miles from the main road. It's the kind of place where even experienced hikers rarely venture, full of narrow canyons and hidden caves. The drive out took about an hour, the park's paved roads giving way to rough dirt tracks that tested even my truck's four-wheel drive. By the time I parked and started my hike, the sun was high in the sky, beating down mercilessly. The first few hours of my patrol were uneventful. I spotted a few bighorn sheep in the distance, their sure-footed grace never ceasing to amaze me as they navigated the steep cliffs. A golden eagle soared overhead, its wingspan casting a fleeting shadow across the rocky ground. It was nearing midday when I came across the first sign that something was amiss. In a small clearing, partially hidden by a stand of thorny mesquite, was a backpack. It wasn't unusual to find lost gear in the park. Hikers occasionally dropped things without noticing, but this was different. The pack was torn, its contents strewn across the ground as if it had been ravaged by an animal. But as I got closer, I realized this was no ordinary animal attack. The tears in the fabric were too clean, too precise. And there, on the edge of the clearing, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A single footprint, far larger than any human foot, with distinct claw marks at the end of each toe. I've been a ranger long enough to know the tracks of every animal in this park, from the smallest lizard to the largest mountain lion. But this was something I'd never seen before, something that by all rights shouldn't exist. I reached for my radio, my hand shaking slightly as I keyed the mic. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Smith. I've got a possible missing hiker situation out in Sector 7, requesting backup and search party." The radio crackled, and a familiar voice came through. It was Jenny, the dispatcher I'd worked with for years. "Copy that, Charles. Can you give me more details?" I hesitated, unsure of how to describe what I was seeing without sounding crazy. "I've found an abandoned backpack. Looks like it's been attacked. And there are some unusual tracks. I'm going to investigate further, but I've got a bad feeling about this one." "Understood," Jenny replied, her voice tinged with concern. "I'll send out a search team. They should reach your location in about 2 hours. Be careful out there, Charles." "Always am," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'll radio in if I find anything else." As I signed off, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. In all my years as a ranger, I'd never encountered anything like this. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. Little did I know, my world was about to be turned upside down, and nothing would ever be the same again. With a sense of trepidation, I began to follow the trail of destruction. It led me deeper into a narrow canyon, the high walls casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. The air grew cooler as I ventured further in, the silence broken only by the crunch of gravel under my boots and my own measured breathing. About half a mile in, I came across another disturbing scene. A small campsite, hastily abandoned by the looks of it. A tent lay in tatters, its contents scattered across the rocky ground. A portable stove was overturned, and next to it, a half-eaten meal still in its pot. Whatever had happened here, it had happened fast. But it was what I saw next that made my heart skip a beat. Blood. Not much, just a few drops leading away from the campsite, and into a thicket of scraggly bushes. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. In all my years as a ranger, I'd never hoped so fervently to find an injured animal rather than a person. With my hand resting on the butt of my sidearm, I cautiously approached the thicket. The branches seemed to part of their own accord, revealing a small clearing beyond. And there, in the center of that clearing, was a sight that would haunt me for years to come. A body. A man, probably in his late 30s, lying face down on the dusty ground. Even from a distance, I could see that he was beyond help. His clothes were shredded, and deep gashes crisscrossed his back and arms. It looked like he'd put up one hell of a fight, but against what? I approached slowly, my senses on high alert. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, mixed with something else, something musky and alien, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. As I knelt beside the body, I noticed something clutched in the man's right hand. Carefully, I pried open his stiffened fingers. It was a camera, a high-end model, the kind serious photographers use. Had he captured something on film, something he wasn't meant to see? I stood up, my mind racing. I needed to call this in, secure the area, wait for backup. But before I could reach for my radio, a sound stopped me dead in my tracks. A low guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, my hand flying to my weapon. The canyon walls seemed to loom closer, the shadows deeper and more menacing. And then I saw it. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow moving among the rocks. But as it emerged into a patch of sunlight, I realized I was looking at something that defied explanation. It was humanoid in shape, but far from human. Standing at least 7 feet tall, its body was covered in a mottled gray hide that seemed to shift and change color as it moved, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Its face was a nightmare come to life, yellow eyes that glowed with an inner light, a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and where a nose should have been, only 2 slits that flared as it scented the air. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, we stared at each other. I could see the intelligence in those alien eyes, the cold calculation as it sized me up. And then, with a speed that belied its size, it charged. I barely had time to draw my weapon before it was upon me. I fired off 2 shots, the sound deafening in the confined space of the canyon. But if the bullets hit their mark, the creature gave no sign. Its claws, easily as long as my fingers, slashed through the air inches from my face as I stumbled backward. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but years of training kicked in. I rolled to the side, coming up in a crouch with my back to the canyon wall. The creature whirled to face me, letting out a roar that shook pebbles loose from the cliff face. I fired again, aiming for its head this time. The shot went wide, ricocheting off the rocks with a shower of sparks. The creature flinched at the sound, and in that moment of distraction, I saw my chance. I bolted, running flat out toward the mouth of the canyon. I could hear it behind me, its footsteps oddly silent on the rocky ground. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but fear drove me onward. As I neared the canyon's entrance, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The creature had stopped at the edge of the shadows, its form seeming to waver and blend with the darkness. Those eerie yellow eyes locked onto mine one last time, and I swear I saw something like amusement in their depths. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone, melting back into the shadows as if it had never been. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I sped back toward the ranger station, my mind struggled to process what I'd seen. It was impossible. It had to be. and yet I knew with bone-deep certainty that it was real. The next few hours passed in a blur. I reported what I'd found: the campsite, the body, the strange tracks, but I left out any mention of the creature. Even in my shocked state, I knew how it would sound. They'd think I was crazy, traumatized, or worse. A search and rescue team was dispatched, along with a couple of sheriff's deputies. They found everything just as I described it, minus one crucial detail: the body was gone. In its place was a large bloodstain and drag marks leading deeper into the canyon. But despite an extensive search, no trace of the victim or whatever had taken him was found. The official report chalked it up to an animal attack, probably a mountain lion. The missing body was attributed to scavengers. It was a neat, logical explanation that tied everything up in a bow. But I knew the truth, and it was far from neat or logical. In the weeks that followed, I threw myself into research. I pored over old legends of the region, spoke to local tribal elders, and even reached out to cryptozoologists. I found hints and whispers of similar creatures in folklore from around the world, but nothing concrete. My colleagues started to give me odd looks. I knew I was becoming obsessed, but I couldn't let it go. The memory of those yellow eyes haunted my dreams, and I found myself jumping at shadows even in broad daylight. It was about a month after the incident when Jenny, the dispatcher, pulled me aside. "Charles," she said, her voice gentle but firm, "I'm worried about you. Maybe it's time to think about taking some leave. What you saw out there, it's okay to be shaken up." I wanted to tell her everything, to make her understand that what I'd seen was real, but I knew how it would sound, so I nodded, thanked her for her concern, and put in for some time off. But I didn't rest. Instead, I used my leave to dive deeper into my investigation. I camped out in the area where I'd encountered the creature, hoping to catch another glimpse. I set up trail cameras and spent hours reviewing the footage, looking for any sign of something out of the ordinary. Weeks turned into months, and while I found plenty of strange tracks and inexplicable noises, I never saw the creature again. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Had it all been some sort of stress-induced hallucination? And then, just as I was starting to doubt my own memories, it happened again. It was almost a year to the day after my encounter. I was back on full duty, though my colleagues still treated me with kid gloves. I'd been assigned to a routine patrol in a relatively popular area of the park, far from where I'd seen the creature. The day had been uneventful, just the usual mix of lost hikers and minor first aid. As evening approached, I was making one last sweep before heading back to the station. That's when I heard the scream. It came from a nearby campground, a sound of pure terror that cut through the gathering dusk like a knife. I radioed in my position and ran toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The campground was chaos. Tents were overturned, camp chairs scattered like matchsticks. In the center of it all stood a woman, her face pale with shock, pointing toward the tree line. "It took him," she sobbed. "It took my husband." I tried to calm her down, to get a clear story, but all she could say was that something had burst out of the woods, grabbed her husband, and disappeared back into the darkness. Something big, something fast, something that wasn't human. As other rangers arrived on the scene, I slipped away toward the trees. I knew I should wait for backup, knew that charging in alone was foolish, but I also knew that if this was what I thought it was, no one else stood a chance. The forest was eerily quiet as I made my way deeper in, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. And then I heard it, that same low growl that had haunted my nightmares for the past year. I swung my light toward the sound, and there it was. The creature stood at the edge of my light's reach, its hide shimmering as it shifted colors to blend with the foliage. In one massive hand, it held the limp form of a man, the missing husband, I presumed. Our eyes met, and I saw recognition flare in those alien orbs. It remembered me, and this time, it wasn't running away. I raised my weapon, knowing it was likely futile, but unable to stand by and do nothing. The creature tilted its head, almost curiously, and then it spoke. The sound was like gravel being crushed, forming words that were just barely recognizable as English. "You, persistent," it growled. "Why?" I was so shocked to hear it speak that I nearly dropped my gun. What are you?" I managed to stammer. The creature's mouth twisted into what might have been a smile, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth. "Old," it said. "Older than your kind. We sleep, we wake, we feed. A chill ran down my spine. "We?" I asked, dreading the answer. The creature's eyes seemed to glow brighter. "Many," it said, waking now, hungry. Before I could respond, it turned and loped off into the darkness, still carrying its victim. I gave chase, but it was like trying to follow a shadow. Within moments, it had vanished, leaving me alone in the dark woods with nothing but questions and a growing sense of dread. That was 3 months ago. Since then, there have been more disappearances, more sightings. The Park Service is trying to keep it quiet, but word is spreading. Tourists are staying away, and those who do come are nervous, jumping at every sound. I've tried to warn people, to make them understand the danger. But who's going to believe the ramblings of an old park ranger? They pat me on the back, tell me to take it easy, assume I'm cracking under the stress. But I know the truth. There's something out there in the vast wilderness of Big Bend. Something old, something hungry, something that sees us as nothing more than prey. And it's not alone. I don't know where these creatures came from, or why they're waking up now. Climate change, seismic activity, some cosmic cycle beyond our understanding. Your guess is as good as mine. What I do know is that we're not prepared. Our weapons seem useless against them, and they're smart, smarter than any animal I've ever encountered. They're learning, adapting, and I fear it's only a matter of time before they start venturing beyond the park's borders. So why am I telling you all this? Partly to warn you, I suppose. If you're planning a trip to Big Bend, or any remote wilderness area for that matter, be careful, be aware. And if you hear something strange in the night, something that sends a chill down your spine and makes your hair stand on end, don't investigate, run. But mostly, I'm telling you this because I need someone to know the truth. I'm an old man, and I don't know how much longer I'll be around to keep watch. Someone needs to be prepared for what's coming. Because make no mistake, something is coming. Those creatures, whatever they are just the beginning. They're waking up all over the world, emerging from long slumber into a world that's forgotten they ever existed. As for me, I'm still here, still doing my job. Every day I put on my uniform and head out into the park, knowing that I might not come back. But someone has to stand guard. Someone has to be ready. So if you're ever out in Big Bend and you see an old ranger keeping watch, that'll be me. And if you hear stories about strange sightings or unexplained disappearances, pay attention, because the world is changing, and the things that go bump in the night aren't just stories anymore. They're real, they're here, and they're hungry. My name's Eli Stanton, and I've lived off the grid for nearly a decade now. The dense forests of northern Maine have been my home, my sanctuary, and my escape from a world that once threatened to consume me. It wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was just another cog in the machine, a systems analyst for a big tech firm in Boston. The job paid well, but it sucked the life out of me, one pixel at a time. I still remember the day everything changed. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable in every way, until the phone call that shattered my world. My wife Laura had been in a car accident. By the time I made it to the hospital, she was gone. The doctor said it was instantaneous, that she didn't suffer. But I suffered. I suffered because I knew that if I hadn't been so absorbed in my work, so glued to my screens, I might have been there to pick her up from her art class like I'd promised. The guilt ate at me, gnawing away at my insides until there was nothing left but a hollow shell of the man I used to be. I couldn't bear to look at another computer screen, couldn't stand the constant buzz of notifications that seemed to mock my loss. So, I made a decision that some might call drastic, but to me it was the only way to preserve what was left of my sanity. I sold everything I could, gave away the rest, and used what little money I had left to buy a small rundown cabin deep in the Maine woods. It was miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a winding dirt road that became impassable during the harsh winter months. But that suited me just fine. I wanted isolation. I craved it. The cabin itself was nothing special when I first arrived. It was a simple log structure, weathered by years of neglect, with a tin roof that leaked when it rained and windows that rattled in the wind. But it was mine, and over the years I've poured my heart and soul into making it a home. I learned to hunt, to fish, to identify edible plants in the forest. I chopped wood for the long winters, patched the roof and reinforced the walls. Slowly but surely, the cabin transformed, much like I did. It became sturdy, self-sufficient, a testament to survival in the face of adversity. Living alone suits me. There's a purity in nature that you don't find in city life. It's quiet, predictable. The rhythms of the forest became my heartbeat, the whisper of the wind through the pines my lullaby. I found peace in the solitude, a sense of purpose in the daily struggle for survival. But nature, I would soon learn, isn't always predictable, and sometimes the quiet hides secrets darker than any urban nightmare. It was a night like any other, or so I thought. The air was crisp with the promise of autumn, carrying the scent of pine and decay. I sat on my porch, a steaming mug of coffee in my hands, watching the sun dip below the tree line. The forest was alive with the usual evening sounds, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds settling in for the night, the scurrying of small animals in the underbrush. I've grown accustomed to these sounds over the years. They're comforting in their familiarity, a reminder that life goes on, regardless of human concerns. I can identify most of the local wildlife by sound alone now. The soft hoot of a barred owl, the chatter of a red squirrel, even the distant howl of the occasional wolf pack. But as the last rays of sunlight faded, painting the sky in hues of purple and orange, I heard something different, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It started as a low, throaty rumble, so deep I felt it more than heard it. At first I thought it might be distant thunder, but the sky was clear, stars just beginning to twinkle into view. Then I considered it might be a bear. We have a few up here, mostly black bears that keep to themselves, but this was different. The sound came again, louder this time, closer. It vibrated in my chest, set my teeth on edge. It was primal, ancient, something that spoke to a part of my brain I didn't know existed, a part that screamed danger. I stood up, my coffee forgotten, and tried to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The forest was dense, the underbrush thick this time of year, making it hard to see much beyond the tree line. Shadows stretched long and dark, playing tricks on my eyes. The noise came a third time, and this time I was sure it was moving, getting closer. Without thinking, I retreated into the cabin, my heart pounding. I grabbed my rifle, an old Remington my father had given me years ago. It was a comforting weight in my hands, a connection to a past that seemed impossibly distant now. I'm not one to scare easily. You can't live out here alone if you jump at every shadow or unusual sound. But something about that noise triggered a deep-seated instinct in me. Something that said this wasn't a normal animal. This was something else entirely. I stepped back onto the porch, rifle at the ready, and peered into the gathering darkness. The forest had gone eerily quiet. No birds, no insects, even the wind seemed to have died down. It was as if the whole world was holding its breath, waiting. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the rest, moving at the edge of the clearing. It was big, much bigger than a bear, and it moved with a fluid grace that sent chills down my spine. For a moment, our eyes met across the distance. I couldn't make out any details in the fading light, but I felt its gaze lock onto me. Intelligent, calculating, hungry. And then it was gone, melting back into the forest as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, my rifle trained on the spot where I'd seen the creature, barely daring to breathe. But nothing else happened. Eventually, the normal sounds of the forest returned. A hesitant chirp here, a rustle there, as if the woodland creatures were cautiously checking to see if the coast was clear. As the adrenaline faded, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a bear, unusually large and moving strangely in the shadows. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, fatigue and isolation finally taking their toll. But deep down, I knew better. Whatever I'd seen out there, it wasn't something that belonged in these woods. It wasn't something that should exist at all. That night, for the first time since I'd moved to the cabin, I locked my door. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the events of the evening, trying to make sense of what I'd seen and heard. Every creak of the cabin's old timber, every whisper of wind outside, had me sitting bolt upright, rifle in hand. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I made a decision. I needed to investigate, to find some concrete evidence of what was out there, if only to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I geared up as if for a long hunting trip. Sturdy boots, layers of warm clothing, a pack with water and provisions. My trusty Remington, of course, and a hunting knife at my belt. As an afterthought, I grabbed my old digital camera. If I did find something out there, I wanted proof. The morning was crisp and clear, dew sparkling on every leaf and blade of grass. Under the bright light of day, last night's fears seemed almost silly. I set out in the direction I'd seen the creature disappear, moving slowly and carefully. Years of hunting had taught me how to move quietly through the underbrush, how to spot signs of animal passage. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, I realized I wasn't seeing any of the usual signs of wildlife. No droppings, no tufts of fur caught on branches. Even the birds were unnaturally quiet. It was as if everything was hiding. After about an hour of careful progress, I stumbled upon something that made me pause. A clearing, one I'd never noticed before despite my many forays into these woods. It wasn't large, maybe the size of my cabin's main room, but it was perfectly circular, too perfect to be natural. In the center of the clearing stood the remains of a deer, or what was left of it. The animal had been torn apart, entrails spilling out onto the ground, its eyes wide open and clouded in death. But it wasn't the gruesome sight that held my attention. It was the tracks around it. They were massive, easily twice the size of my boot print. They had the general shape of a canine's paw, but elongated, with claws that left deep gouges in the earth. I knelt down to get a closer look, running my hand over the edge of one of the prints. It was fresh, too fresh. I fumbled for my camera, snapping several pictures of the prints and the deer carcass. As I stood up, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I spun around, rifle raised, but there was nothing there. Just trees, shadows, and the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was pounding in my chest, sweat trickling down my back despite the cool air. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with, but I knew it was dangerous. Something beyond the natural order of things. I decided to head back to the cabin. Whatever was out here, I wasn't equipped to deal with it alone. I needed time to think, to plan, maybe to reach out to someone who might have answers. As I made my way back, moving as quickly and quietly as I could, my mind raced. I'd never been one to believe in legends or folklore, but out here alone, with something unknown stalking the woods, those old tales my grandfather used to tell didn't seem so far-fetched. He'd spoken of creatures that lived in the deep woods, beyond the reach of civilization. Ancient things that had been here long before humans set foot on this land. Things that most people had forgotten, but that still remembered us. I reached the cabin and bolted the door behind me, something I hadn't done since I first moved out here. The cabin was sturdy, built by hand with thick logs and a reinforced door. I told myself that whatever was out there wouldn't be able to get in, but deep down I wasn't so sure. As I downloaded the pictures from my camera to my rarely used laptop, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a line, that by seeking out whatever was out there, I'd drawn its attention. And now, it was hunting me. The hours dragged by as I sat in the growing darkness, the rifle across my lap listening. The forest was quiet again, unnervingly so. I thought about turning on the generator for some light, but the thought of the noise it would make stopped me. I didn't want to draw attention, not to this place, not to myself. As the sun set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and reds before fading to an inky black, I found myself thinking about my life before the cabin, about Laura, about the life we'd planned together. We'd talked about having kids, about moving to a quiet suburb where we could have a garden and a dog. It all seemed so distant now, like a half-remembered dream. I wondered what Laura would think of me now, living alone in the woods, jumping at shadows. Would she be proud of how I'd learned to survive on my own, or would she be sad to see how isolated I'd become? My musings were interrupted by a sound that made my blood run cold. That same low, throaty rumble I'd heard the night before, but closer now, much closer. I stood up slowly, careful not to make a sound, and moved to the window. The moonlight cast long shadows across the forest floor, and for a moment I thought maybe it had been my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw it. Standing just at the edge of the trees, partially obscured by shadows, was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was huge, easily the size of a grizzly bear, but it moved with a fluidity that was almost feline. Its fur was dark, matted in places, and I could make out a long, narrow snout filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The closest thing I could compare it to was a hyena, but far more grotesque, more monstrous. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural intelligence, fixed on the cabin, fixed on me. And then it did something that made my heart nearly stop. It stood up on its hind legs. No animal should be able to do that. Not like this. It was almost humanoid in the way it moved, the way it stood, towering over the ground, and then it let out a sound that was halfway between a howl and a scream, a noise that echoed through the trees and set the night alive with movement. I could hear the distant calls of other animals responding, the forest suddenly alive with activity. But I barely registered it, my entire focus on the creature outside my cabin. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I took aim and fired, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space of the cabin. The creature recoiled, a dark liquid, blood, I assumed, spraying from its shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it dropped back onto all fours and bolted into the woods, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. I stayed up the rest of the night, rifle in hand, listening for any sign that it might return. But the forest remained quiet, the only sounds those of the wind rustling through the leaves and the distant call of an owl. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside, my legs shaky from the tension of the night. The clearing was empty, the only sign of what had happened being the bloodstains on the ground where I had shot the creature. I followed the trail as far as I could, but it eventually disappeared into the underbrush, the ground too rocky to hold any more tracks. Whatever that thing was, it was gone. For now. As I made my way back to the cabin, my mind was reeling. I'd lived out here for years, and I'd seen my share of strange things, but nothing like this. It wasn't a bear or a wolf or anything else that should be in these woods. It was something else, something old and dangerous. I knew I should probably leave, head into town and report what I'd seen. But who would believe me? And more importantly, could I bring myself to abandon the life I'd built here, the peace I'd found in these woods? No, I decided. This was my home, and I wasn't about to let some creature, no matter how terrifying, chase me out. But I was going to be a lot more careful from now on. That's for sure. As for what it was, I could only guess. Maybe some kind of ancient predator that's managed to stay hidden all these years. Maybe something that's always been here, just waiting for the right moment to show itself. But whatever it was out there, somewhere in those woods, and I had a feeling it would be back. Next time, though, I'll be ready. The days following my encounter with the creature were filled with a tense, watchful silence. I spent hours reinforcing the cabin's defenses, boarding up windows, setting up primitive alarms around the perimeter, anything I could think of to give myself an edge if, when, it returned. But as the days stretched into weeks with no sign of the beast, I found myself questioning my own memories. Had it really been as large as I remembered? As intelligent? Or had fear and isolation warped my perceptions? I pored over the photos I'd taken in the clearing, studying every pixel for clues. The tracks were real enough, as was the savage deer carcass, but neither provided concrete proof of what I'd seen that night. It was during this time that I realized how truly cut off I'd become from the rest of the world. I had no one to confide in, no one to seek advice from. The isolation that had once been my solace now felt suffocating. After much internal debate, I decided to make the trek into town. It was a grueling 6-hour hike to the nearest settlement, a small logging community called Millridge. I hadn't been there in over a year, and as I approached I felt like a ghost returning to the land of the living. The town hadn't changed much. A handful of stores along the main street, a diner that had seen better days, and the ever-present hum of logging trucks in the distance. I made my way to the local library, a small single-story building that smelled of old books and dust. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Hodgson, looked up in surprise as I entered. "Eli Stanton, is that you? Good Lord, we thought you'd gone and disappeared on us." I managed a weak smile. "Just been keeping to myself, Mrs. Hodgson. Listen, I was wondering if you had any books on local folklore. Legends, myths, that sort of thing." She raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. Instead, she led me to a small section at the back of the library. "Not much call for these, usually," she said, running a finger along the spines of several old, worn books. "But we've got a few. Anything in particular you're looking for?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I'd seen without sounding crazy? I'm interested in stories about creatures, in the woods, anything unusual or unexplained. Mrs. Hodgson's face changed, a flicker of something, fear, recognition, passing across it before she composed herself. Well, she said quietly, you might want to start with this one. She pulled out a thin leather-bound volume titled Shadows in the Pines, Forgotten Legends of the North Woods. As I reached for the book, Mrs. Hodgson grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong for someone her age. Be careful, Eli, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Some things are best left in the dark. Before I could respond, she had turned and shuffled back to her desk, leaving me alone with the book and a growing sense of unease. I spent the next few hours poring over the volume, my heart racing as I came across a section titled The Beast of Blackwood Forest. The description matched what I'd seen, a massive wolf-like creature that walked on two legs, with intelligence in its eyes and an appetite for flesh. According to the book, sightings of the beast dated back centuries, with the earliest recorded encounter in 1673 by a French trapper. The stories were remarkably consistent over time, a creature that seemed to blur the line between animal and something else. What struck me most was a passage near the end of the section. The beast is said to be drawn to isolation and despair. It preys not just on the flesh, but on the very soul of those who have cut themselves off from the world of men. I closed the book, my hands shaking. It was as if the author had reached across time to speak directly to me, to my situation. As I left the library, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. I knew I should start the long trek back to my cabin, but something made me hesitate. The thought of returning to that isolation, of facing whatever was out there alone, filled me with a dread I couldn't shake. I found myself at the town's only motel, a rundown place called the Pine View Inn. The clerk looked surprised to see a customer but handed over a key without much conversation. That night, as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, listening to the occasional passing car and the hum of the ancient air conditioner, I made a decision. I couldn't go back to the cabin. Not yet, maybe not ever. I spent the next week in Millridge, slowly reacclimating to the presence of other people. I took odd jobs here and there, helping out at the hardware store, doing some basic computer work for the town office. It felt strange, using skills I'd almost forgotten I had. But as the days passed, I found myself growing restless. The town, which had seemed so alive when I first arrived, now felt stifling. I missed the quiet of the forest, the self-reliance of my life there. And more than that, I felt a growing sense of unfinished business. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there, and if the legends were true, it would keep hunting, keep killing. On the 8th day, I packed up my meager belongings and headed back into the woods. The hike seemed shorter this time, my steps purposeful and determined. As I approached my cabin, I half expected to find it destroyed, torn apart by the beast in my absence. But it stood just as I'd left it, a testament to the solidity of its construction and the peace of the forest around it. I spent the next few days preparing. I reinforced the doors and windows, set up more alarms around the perimeter. I cleaned my rifle and stocked up on ammunition, and I waited. It was on the 3rd night that I heard it again, that low rumbling growl that set my teeth on edge. But this time I was ready. I stepped out onto the porch, rifle in hand, and called out into the darkness. I know you're out there. Show yourself. For a long moment there was silence. Then, from the shadows at the edge of the clearing, it emerged. It was just as I remembered, massive, with matted dark fur and eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. But this time, I didn't feel fear. I felt recognition, as if I was facing a part of myself I'd long denied. The creature stood on its hind legs, towering over me, but it didn't attack. Instead, it tilted its head, as if considering me. In that moment, I understood. The beast wasn't just a predator. It was loneliness given form, isolation made flesh. It was everything I'd embraced when I'd cut myself off from the world, taken to its terrible logical conclusion. I lowered my rifle. I'm not alone anymore, I said, my voice steady. And neither are you. The creature let out a sound, not a growl this time, but something almost like a sigh. Then, slowly, it turned and loped back into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. I stood there for a long time, watching the spot where it had vanished. I knew it might return someday. The darkness, the isolation, they're always there, waiting at the edges of our lives. But for now, at least, they were gone, and I knew what I had to do. The next morning, I began the long hike back to Millridge. It was time to rejoin the world, to find a balance between the solitude I craved and the human connection I needed. As I walked, I thought about Laura, about the life we'd planned. I thought about the years I'd spent alone in these woods, and I thought about the future, uncertain, yes, but full of possibilities. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of birds, of small animals going about their lives. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint rumble of a logging truck. I smiled. It was good to be back. It's been 2 years since that night in the woods. I still live in my cabin, but I make regular trips into town now. I've even started doing some freelance IT work, using a satellite internet connection to stay connected to the outside world. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I hear that low growl in the distance, but it doesn't fill me with fear anymore. Instead, it's a reminder of the darkness we all carry inside us, and of the importance of facing it head on. I don't know if what I saw was real, or some manifestation of my own lonely psyche. But in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. What matters is that I found my way back, to myself, to the world. And if you ever find yourself in the deep woods of northern Maine, and you hear something moving in the shadows, well, maybe it's just the wind. Or maybe it's something else. Something ancient and lonely, waiting for someone to understand. Just remember, the real monsters aren't in the forest. They're the ones we create when we cut ourselves off from the world, when we forget what it means to be human. Stay connected, stay alive, and never stop moving forward. My name is George Thompson, and I am 62 years old. This is a true story of what happened to me in September of 1994. I've been a National Park Ranger stationed in the Appalachian Mountains, Blue Ridge Parkway to be exact, for longer than I care to remember. My old man was a ranger too, the best kind. I kinda grew up in these forests, learning their secrets, respecting their power. But nothing in all my years could have prepared me for what I encountered that fall. It started subtly, barely noticeable, like a shift in the breeze. Rangers began reporting hikers going missing. No bodies, no signs of struggle. They just vanished off the trails. At first, we blamed it on folks getting lost or disoriented. It happens sometimes, especially with city folk who underestimate the wilderness. But deep down, I felt there was something more, like a chill wind coming from a place you couldn't see. Then came the stories from other rangers out on night patrol. They'd claim to hear footsteps in the underbrush when they were out alone, feel like they were being followed despite the silence. One old-timer, a guy named Flynn, even said he swore he saw eyes, big glowing yellow eyes, peering back at him from the tree line, disappearing in a blink. The higher-ups laughed it off. Stress, they said. Maybe bad moonshine. But I knew Flynn. He wasn't the type to spook easy or tell tall tales. Something was out there, something that didn't belong. As the weeks passed, the atmosphere in the park grew tenser. Visitors became scarce, spooked by the rumors that had begun to circulate. Even the wildlife seemed on edge. I'd been a ranger long enough to read the signs of the forest, and everything was telling me to be on guard. One evening in late September, I was closing up a section of the parkway when I stumbled on it myself, the cause for all the unsettling stories. Deep in the woods, off a little used maintenance trail, I found a clearing, and in the center of it, bones, piles of them gnawed and cracked. At first glance, it looked like the remains of deer, maybe a bear. But as I got closer, my blood ran cold. Mixed in were bones too big, too oddly shaped to be just animals. And scattered amongst the animal remains, torn bits of clothing, a mangled backpack. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't natural, not normal at all. I'd seen plenty of predator kills in my time, but nothing like this. The sheer volume of bones, the way they were arranged, it was almost ritualistic. Right then, my radio crackled with Flynn's voice. Panicked. He said he was out on the trail, said he saw it. The thing that was making those eyes. Then the audio cut out, leaving nothing but static. I ran. Every instinct told me to go back, get help. But Flynn had been like family to me, and my gut said he was in trouble. Night was falling fast as I followed the trail towards the spot he'd radioed in from. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No chirping of insects, no rustling of small animals. It was as if the entire woods were holding its breath. The only sound was my own heavy breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. As I reached the edge of the woods, peering into an overgrown meadow, I saw it. In the waning light, it stood there, the creature. I couldn't make out all the details, but the sheer scale of it was enough to make my knees wobble. It was close to 10 feet tall, covered in matted fur that shimmered silver in the moonlight. Its arms were like tree trunks, its hands tipped with claws that ripped into the earth. And the head, that was the worst. A mix of wolf and man, twisted and wrong, with yellow eyes blazing like hellfire. For a heartbeat, we just stood there, frozen. Then it let out a roar that echoed through the mountains, the raw sound of fury and hunger. Flynn cried out from somewhere in the meadow, his voice filled with pain and terror. That snapped me into action. I charged forward, yelling, trying to draw the creature away from wherever Flynn was. It turned, and in the dim light, its teeth flashed in a grotesque grin. I heard Flynn scream again, and the sound cut off abruptly. The creature turned back towards me, and for a second, I thought about running. But Flynn was out there, maybe even still alive, and that creature wasn't going to let me go without a fight. My heart was a drumbeat in my ears as I raised my rifle. It was more of an act of defiance than actual strategy. I hadn't even reloaded since firing warning shots at a mama bear a few weeks back. This thing, bullets wouldn't even slow it down. Yet I aimed. The creature stalked closer, its eyes fixated on me. I squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed, useless. It roared and lunged. I braced myself for impact, closing my eyes and waiting for the end. But then, silence. My eyes flew open. The creature had stopped just feet in front of me, its massive form frozen in mid-pounce. Confused, I scrambled back, then noticed what had stopped it in its tracks. A flickering headlamp was bobbing through the trees. Then a voice, gruff and familiar. "Don't move, that thing hates light." It was Old Man Flynn, battered and bleeding, but miraculously alive. He dragged himself into view, one hand clutching the headlamp, the other an old heavy-duty flashlight. As he got closer, the creature hissed and retreated a few steps, its eyes narrowing against the concentrated beams. "Keep those lights on it," Flynn croaked, his face pale. "Come on, move." I didn't need telling twice. Stumbling to my feet, I shuffled towards Flynn. The creature watched, snarling, but the fearsome predator from before seemed held at bay by the harsh light, unable to approach. Flynn collapsed against a tree, and I knelt beside him. His leg was twisted at an unnatural angle, the bone jutting through torn skin. "Hold this," he thrust the heavy flashlight at me. "Aim it straight at that thing." With shaking hands, I took the flashlight. Its beam seemed to make the creature agitated, keeping it at a distance as I helped Flynn splint his leg, fashioning a makeshift support from branches. The whole time we kept those lights trained on the predator, its snarls filling the night. When the makeshift splint was secured, Flynn slumped back, exhausted. "They told me I was crazy," he rasped, a dark chuckle rasping in his throat. "Said it was bears, wild cats. Never believed they'd believe this." Suddenly, the creature charged again, a blur of dark fur and aggression. We both screamed, holding the light steady. It stopped short, as if hitting an invisible wall. Then it paced back and forth, watching us with calculating eyes. "Can't hold it forever," Flynn muttered. "Sun's coming up soon," but he trailed off, grimacing. We both knew what that meant. We'd be sitting ducks come daylight. That's when I saw it. The fire lookout tower flashing on a distant ridge. An old beacon hardly ever used anymore. Maybe, just maybe. I laid out my plan to Flynn, a desperate gamble at best. He nodded slowly, wincing as he shifted his injured leg. "Crazy enough to work," he grunted. With Flynn providing cover, keeping the creature pinned with the flashlights, I crept backwards into the undergrowth. I had to get to the base of the tower, unseen if this had any chance. Inch by painful inch I moved, the creature pacing restlessly as it sensed me pulling away. Then I was free of its sight line, scrambling towards the tower on my belly. The base of the tower was an old metal shed filled with outdated equipment and forgotten maps. Inside, I struck gold, flares. I grabbed them, heart pounding, then began the terrifying climb up the narrow ladder of the tower. The creature must have sensed the change of elevation because it roared in frustration, scrabbling against the base of the tower as I reached the top. I secured myself, hardened my throat, and fumbled with the flare. Flickering crimson light sparked to life, and with a prayer I hurled it down. The flare bounced off a rock near the creature and exploded. It screeched, recoiling from the blinding flash. Encouraged, I lit another and another, tossing them into the clearing. The creature thrashed and howled, clearly in pain from the sudden bursts of light. I didn't stop, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the last flare. And then, as dawn broke, the creature turned and fled, disappearing into the forest with astonishing speed. When the search team finally arrived, we told them the unbelievable truth. They found footprints larger than any bear, the clearing littered with bones. Whatever that creature was, it was still out there. The aftermath was a blur. Flynn recovered, though he walked with a limp for the rest of his days. I never saw the creature again, but I feel it sometimes. A prickling at the back of my neck, that lingering sense of being watched from the encroaching darkness of the trees. We got transferred, both of us. I moved on, got a desk job pushing paper instead of patrolling trails. Safer, they said. Maybe. But sometimes, in the dead quiet of my office, I swear I can smell the rankness of the woods, hear the echoing roar, and feel the heat of those burning yellow eyes fixed on me in the deep, unending dark. The official report chalked it up to a rogue bear, maybe rabid, but Flynn and I, we know the truth. There's something out there in those mountains, something old, something hungry, and God help anyone who stumbles across its path. I'm telling this story now because I'm not getting any younger. People need to know, need to be prepared. If you're ever hiking in the Blue Ridge Mountains and you feel that chill wind, hear those footsteps when there's nothing there, don't hesitate. Run. Run as fast as you can, and pray it isn't already too late. Because in those ancient forests, where the shadows run deep and the night seems to last forever, there are things that defy explanation, things that remind us that we're not the top of the food chain. And sometimes, just sometimes, those things decide to remind us just how small and vulnerable we really are. So next time you're out in the wilderness, enjoying the beauty of nature, remember my story, keep your wits about you, your flashlight close, and maybe, just maybe, you'll make it out alive if you ever encounter the creature that haunts the Appalachians. The events I'm about to recount occurred in the summer of 2021, when I was 16 years old and thought I understood the boundaries between safety and danger. How wrong I was. That particular evening in late August carried the oppressive weight that only the final days of summer can bring. The air hung thick and stagnant, refusing to cool even as the sun disappeared behind the tree line. I had been struggling with problems that seemed insurmountable at 16, the kind of troubles that feel like they'll define your entire existence when you're that young. My parents had been fighting constantly, their voices echoing through our house like gunshots in the night. School was starting again in 2 weeks, and I dreaded returning to face the same bullies who had made my life miserable the previous year. The only thing that brought me any semblance of peace was my motorcycle, a modest 125cc Honda that I had saved up for by working weekends at the local hardware store. It wasn't much to look at, with its faded red paint and a few scratches on the tank, but when I fired up that engine and felt the vibration of the V-twin beneath me, the world's problems seemed to fade into the background noise of everyday life. That night, around 10:30 p.m., I made the decision that would haunt me for years to come. I needed to clear my head to feel the wind cutting through the humid air and hear nothing but the steady rhythm of the engine. I pulled on my gear, a black leather jacket that had seen better days, my helmet with a small crack near the visor that I kept meaning to replace, heavy boots and gloves that had protected my hands through countless rides. The garage door groaned as it opened, revealing the empty street bathed in the orange glow of sodium streetlights. Most of the houses in our neighborhood were dark, their occupants already lost in dreams or trying to escape the heat in air-conditioned bedrooms. I wheeled the bike out carefully, not wanting to wake anyone with the sound of the engine starting. When I pressed the ignition button, the motorcycle came to life with a satisfying rumble that seemed to resonate in my chest. I let it warm up for a moment, checking my mirrors and making sure everything was secure. The familiar ritual of preparing for a ride always calmed my nerves, like a meditation that required my full attention. As I pulled out of the driveway and onto the main road through town, I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders. The streets were nearly empty, save for the occasional car heading home from a late dinner or the night shift at the factory on the outskirts of town. The businesses were all closed, their neon signs either dark or flickering with that persistent hum that seems to follow you even when you can no longer see the source. I rode through the center of town, past the old courthouse with its clock tower that hadn't kept accurate time in decades, past the diner where I sometimes stopped for coffee before school, past the park where children played during the day but which now stood empty and somehow ominous in the darkness. Everything looked different at night. Familiar places transformed into something foreign and slightly threatening. The speed limit through town was only 35 kilometers per hour, but I kept it even slower, savoring the ride and trying to stretch out this moment of peace for as long as possible. I knew that once I returned home, I would have to face the reality of my problems again. For now, though, I was suspended in this bubble of motion and engine noise, temporarily free from everything that had been weighing on my mind. As I reached the edge of town, I had to make a decision about which direction to take. There were several routes I could follow: the main highway that led to the next town over, the winding back roads that curved through farmland, or the dead-end road that led out to the lakes where people sometimes went fishing during the day. The dead-end road called to me that night. It was the quietest option, rarely traveled even during daylight hours, and it would give me the solitude I was craving. The road stretched for about 4 kilometers through increasingly dense forest before ending at a small parking area near the water. It would be the perfect place to turn around and head home, hopefully with a clearer mind than when I had started. I turned onto the narrow asphalt road, immediately noticing how the darkness seemed to swallow my headlight beam after just a few meters. The trees on either side grew thicker and taller as I progressed, their branches forming a canopy overhead that blocked out most of the stars. What little moonlight had been visible in town was now completely obscured, leaving only my single headlight to cut through the oppressive blackness. The road had no streetlights, no houses, no signs of human habitation whatsoever. During the day it was a pleasant drive with glimpses of wildlife and the occasional hiker. But at night it felt like traveling through a tunnel into some other realm entirely. The temperature dropped noticeably as I moved deeper into the forest, and I could smell the rich, earthy scent of decomposing leaves and damp soil. My speedometer showed I was traveling at about 45 kilometers per hour. Fast enough to feel like I was making progress, but slow enough to react if I encountered any deer or other animals that might wander onto the road. The engine noise seemed amplified in the enclosed space of the forest, echoing off the trees and coming back to me in strange, distorted ways. About a kilometer into the forest, I began to feel an odd sensation that I couldn't quite identify at first. It was as if someone was watching me, though I knew that was impossible given the remote location. I found myself checking my mirrors more frequently, though they showed nothing but darkness behind me. The feeling grew stronger as I continued, settling into my stomach like a cold stone. I tried to dismiss the sensation as simple nervousness brought on by the isolation and darkness, but it persisted and even seemed to intensify. My grip on the handlebars tightened involuntarily, and I realized I was holding my breath for long periods without noticing. The peaceful feeling I had been seeking was rapidly being replaced by an anxiety that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The trees seemed to press closer to the road the deeper I went, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to snag my jacket or helmet. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision, probably just the play of my headlight across the uneven bark and leaves, but they looked disturbingly like figures darting between the trunks just out of sight. I considered turning around several times, but each time I pushed forward, telling myself I was being ridiculous. This was a road I had traveled dozens of times during daylight hours. There was nothing dangerous here except my own imagination running wild in the darkness. I was almost halfway to the lakes now anyway. It made more sense to continue to the end and turn around there than to attempt a three-point turn on the narrow road. The engine continued its steady rhythm, but even that familiar sound began to seem ominous in the consuming darkness. Every small noise, the creak of my leather jacket, the whistle of wind past my helmet, the soft rustle of leaves overhead, seemed amplified and threatening. I found myself straining to hear something else, some sound that would explain the growing dread that was settling over me like a suffocating blanket. That's when I first saw the pale shape moving in the distance ahead. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, perhaps my headlight reflecting off a deer or some piece of trash that had blown onto the road. But as I drew closer, the shape resolved itself into something that made my mouth go dry with sudden terror. It was a person, walking slowly down the center of the road with their back to me. They were dressed entirely in white, not the crisp white of clean clothing, but a dull grayish white that seemed to absorb the light from my headlight rather than reflect it. The figure moved with an odd shuffling gait that didn't seem quite natural, as if they were having difficulty coordinating their movements. I immediately slowed the motorcycle, my training and common sense telling me to be cautious around pedestrians, especially in such an isolated location. But even as I reduced my speed, questions began flooding my mind. What was someone doing out here at nearly 11 a.m., walking alone on a road that led nowhere? There were no houses along this stretch, no businesses, no reason for anyone to be here on foot at this hour. The figure wore no reflective clothing, carried no flashlight or any other source of illumination. In fact, as I got closer, I realized they weren't even walking on the shoulder of the road but directly down the center line, as if they owned the space or simply didn't care about the possibility of oncoming traffic. I slowed to about 20 kilometers per hour and moved as far to the left as I dared without risking sliding into the drainage ditch that ran alongside the road. My plan was simple: pass by carefully, maybe call out to ask if they needed help, and continue on to the lakes. It was the decent thing to do, even though every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to turn around immediately. As I drew nearer, more disturbing details became apparent. The person's hair was long and unkempt, hanging down their back in tangled strands that seemed to move independently of any breeze. Their clothing, which I could now see was some kind of loose gown or dress, was torn and stained with dark patches that could have been mud or something far worse. But it was their posture that truly unnerved me. Their head was tilted at an unnatural angle, as if their neck was broken or they were trying to look at something that existed in a dimension I couldn't perceive. Their arms hung at their sides, but their hands were moving constantly, fingers writhing and grasping at the air as if trying to catch invisible insects. I was about 20 meters away when I made the fatal mistake of downshifting to first gear, thinking I might need to stop if the person was injured or in distress. The change in engine note seemed to catch their attention, because their head snapped up with a movement so sudden and violent that I nearly lost control of the motorcycle. Even through my helmet and face shield, I could see their face clearly in the stark white glow of my headlight. It was a sight that would be burned into my memory forever: pale skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, eyes that reflected the light like those of a nocturnal animal, and a mouth that was open far wider than should have been humanly possible. But it was when that mouth began to work, when sound started emerging from it, that I realized I was in the presence of something that defied all rational explanation while still being terrifyingly, impossibly real. The sound that erupted from the figure's throat was unlike anything I had ever heard before or have heard since. It wasn't quite a scream, wasn't quite a howl, but something that seemed to combine the worst elements of both. It was a sound of pure rage and hunger, of pain that had been fermenting for years, of madness given voice. The volume was impossible, louder than my motorcycle engine, louder than anything a human throat should have been capable of producing. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, reverberating off the trees and the asphalt and the very air around me. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, in the deepest part of my brain where fear lives. And then the figure began to move toward me. What happened next unfolded in a series of moments that seemed both to last forever and to pass in the blink of an eye. The figure in white didn't just turn toward me. They launched themselves in my direction with a speed and ferocity that violated every law of human movement I thought I understood. I had been traveling at about 15 kilometers per hour when that inhuman sound ripped through the night air. My immediate reaction was to twist the throttle, but in my panic, I nearly stalled the engine by giving it too much gas too quickly. The motorcycle lurched forward, then bogged down as the engine struggled to respond to my desperate commands. The figure was closing the distance between us with long, loping strides that covered far more ground than should have been possible. As they ran, their arms windmilled wildly, and that terrible sound continued to pour from their throat in waves that seemed to physically assault me. I could feel the sound penetrating my helmet, vibrating through my skull, making my vision blur with its intensity. I managed to get the motorcycle moving again, but the small engine was no match for the adrenaline-fueled pursuit that was unfolding. A 125cc motor is designed for fuel efficiency, not rapid acceleration, and the modifications I had made to improve gas mileage had only made the situation worse. As I struggled to build speed, I could hear footsteps pounding on the asphalt behind me, getting closer with each passing second. The tachometer needle swept upward as I kept the throttle pinned wide open, climbing through 6,000, 7,000 RPM. I should have shifted into second gear, but I was terrified that the brief moment of reduced power during the shift would give my pursuer the chance they needed to reach me. The engine was screaming now, operating well beyond its designed limits, but I didn't dare let up on the gas. At 9,000 RPM, I finally forced myself to grab the clutch and jam the gear lever up into second. For a heart-stopping moment, the engine's note dropped as I made the transition, and I swear I could feel the presence behind me drawing closer. But then the clutch engaged, and the motorcycle surged forward with renewed power. It was then that I felt the impact. Something struck the rear of my motorcycle with tremendous force. Not quite hard enough to knock me off, but sufficient to send a shockwave through the frame that I felt in every part of my body. I looked in my mirror and caught a glimpse of wild hair and pale clothing just behind my rear wheel, close enough that I could have reached back and touched them. The impact came again, this time accompanied by the sound of fingernails or claws scraping against the plastic of my taillight. I could hear heavy breathing that seemed to come from everywhere around me, and underneath that, a low growling sound that raised every hair on my body. I was doing about 25 kilometers per hour now, which should have been fast enough to outrun any person on foot, but the figure was keeping pace with me. Through my mirrors, I could see them matching my speed stride for stride, their movements becoming more frenzied and violent with each passing moment. They were reaching for me now, their arms extending toward my back with fingers that seemed far too long to be human. The engine was approaching 10,000 RPM again, well into the red zone, but I pushed it even higher. At 11,000 RPM, the motor began to make sounds I had never heard before, metallic rattling and grinding that suggested I was doing permanent damage. At 12,000 RPM, I was certain the engine was going to explode, but still I didn't let up. It wasn't until the tachometer needle touched 13,000 RPM that I finally began to pull away from my pursuer. The speedometer showed 27 kilometers per hour when I first noticed the footsteps beginning to fade. By the time I hit 30 kilometers per hour, the terrible sounds were finally starting to diminish, though whether that was due to distance or because the figure had given up the chase, I couldn't tell. I didn't slow down to find out. I kept the throttle wide open until I reached the end of the road, where the asphalt gave way to a small parking area near the edge of the lake. Only then did I risk a look behind me, and I saw nothing but empty road stretching back into the darkness. But I could still hear that inhuman sound echoing through the forest, fainter now but no less terrifying, as if it was being carried on the wind from somewhere deep in the trees. Standing at the edge of the lake, with my engine ticking as it cooled, and my heart hammering against my ribs, I realized the true horror of my situation. I was trapped at the end of a dead-end road with something unnatural lurking in the darkness behind me. The only way back to town was the same route I had just traveled, which meant facing whatever that thing was a second time. The parking area was small and surrounded on three sides by dense forest. The lake stretched out in front of me, its surface black as oil under the starless sky. There was no sound except for the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the distant rustling of leaves in the breeze. But underneath that peaceful facade, I could sense something watching me from the tree line. I sat on my motorcycle for what felt like hours but was probably only a few minutes, trying to decide what to do. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely grip the handlebars, and I was sweating profusely despite the cool night air. Every shadow between the trees looked like it might be hiding that pale figure, waiting for me to let my guard down. I considered calling for help, but my phone showed no signal bars. The forest was too dense and remote for cell coverage. I thought about waiting until dawn, but that was still 7 hours away, and I wasn't sure I could maintain my sanity sitting alone in the darkness for that long. The longer I waited, the more likely it became that the thing would find another way to reach me. That's when I remembered the hiking trail. About 50 meters to my left, barely visible in the glow of my headlight, was the entrance to a narrow gravel path that wound through the forest for several kilometers before emerging near a residential area on the other side of town. I had hiked it once before during daylight hours and remembered that it was just wide enough for a motorcycle if you were careful about the trees and rocks. The plan that formed in my mind was desperate and dangerous, but it was the only option I could think of that didn't involve traveling back down the road where that thing was waiting. I would turn off my headlight to avoid being seen, navigate the trail by feel and whatever minimal moonlight might filter through the canopy, and hope I could make it to the other end without crashing into a tree or sliding off the path into the undergrowth. I reached down and found the headlight switch, an old-fashioned toggle that newer motorcycles didn't have. Most modern bikes kept their lights on whenever the engine was running, but this older model gave me the option to ride in complete darkness. It was a feature I had never used before, and hoped I would never need to use again. Taking a deep breath that did nothing to calm my nerves, I flipped the switch and was immediately plunged into absolute blackness. The darkness was so complete that I couldn't see my own hands on the handlebars, couldn't see the ground beneath my wheels, couldn't see anything beyond the end of my nose. It was like being blind, but worse, because I knew there were obstacles everywhere that could kill me if I made a single mistake. I let the clutch out slowly and began to move forward at barely above idle speed, using the sound of the gravel under my tires to guide me. The path was rougher than I remembered, with potholes and loose stones that made the motorcycle buck and slide unpredictably. Several times I nearly lost control as the front wheel hit an unseen obstacle, or the rear tire spun in a patch of sand. But worse than the physical challenges of navigating in darkness was the psychological torture of not knowing what might be lurking just outside my narrow cone of awareness. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, made me flinch and nearly lose control. I kept expecting to hear that terrible scream again, to feel hands grabbing at me from the shadows, to suddenly find myself face to face with those reflecting eyes. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. What had taken perhaps half an hour to hike during the day felt like it was taking hours in the darkness. My neck and shoulders ached from the constant tension of straining to see through the blackness, and my hands were cramping from gripping the handlebars so tightly. Then, just when I was beginning to think I had somehow gotten lost and was traveling in circles, I saw a faint glow ahead through the trees. It was the orange light of a street lamp, marking the edge of the residential area where the trail emerged. I had never been so happy to see artificial light in my entire life. When I finally reached the end of the trail and felt smooth asphalt under my tires again, I immediately turned my headlight back on and twisted the throttle to put as much distance as possible between myself and the forest. The residential street was well lit and lined with houses whose windows glowed warmly with the light of television screens and table lamps. Normal people were living normal lives behind those walls, completely unaware of the nightmare I had just escaped. I didn't slow down until I reached the main road that led back to my neighborhood. Even then, I found myself constantly checking my mirrors and scanning the shadows between streetlights for any sign of pursuit. My motorcycle had performed admirably during the escape, but I could tell from the sound of the engine that I had done serious damage by over-revving it so severely. It was running rough now, with occasional misfires that made the bike jerk and stutter. The ride home, which normally took about 15 minutes, seemed to last forever. Every intersection where I had to slow down or stop felt like an opportunity for something to catch up with me. Every dark alley or patch of shadow looked like it might be hiding that pale figure. I ran 2 red lights rather than sit still in the open, and I'm sure I exceeded the speed limit by a significant margin, but I didn't care about traffic violations at that moment. When I finally turned onto my street, I felt a wave of relief so powerful that it almost made me dizzy. The familiar sight of my house, with its porch light glowing and my parents' car in the driveway, represented safety and normalcy in a way I had never appreciated before. But even as I approached my driveway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. I pulled up to the garage door, and fumbled for the remote control with hands that were still trembling. The door seemed to take forever to open, and I kept looking over my shoulder while I waited. When the opening was finally large enough, I rode the motorcycle inside and immediately hit the button to close the door behind me. Even inside the garage with the door sealed shut, I didn't feel completely safe. I sat on the bike for several minutes, listening to the engine tick as it cooled and straining to hear any sound that might indicate I had been followed. The garage felt like a fortress, but I knew that feeling was probably just an illusion. When I finally dismounted and began to remove my gear, I noticed that my hands were shaking so badly I could barely work the zipper on my jacket. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and I could smell the fear scent that my body had been producing for the past hour. It was an acrid, sharp odor that reminded me of the smell that hospitals sometimes have. The smell of people in distress. I checked the motorcycle over for damage and found several long scratches on the rear fender that definitely hadn't been there when I started the ride. They looked like they might have been made by fingernails, though I tried to convince myself they were probably just from branches along the hiking trail. The engine was still making odd noises as it cooled, and I suspected I would need expensive repairs, but at that moment I didn't care about the cost. The walk from the garage to the back door of the house, a distance of maybe 10 meters, felt like crossing an open battlefield. I moved as quickly as possible, while still trying to look casual in case any neighbors were watching from their windows. The last thing I wanted was to have to explain why I was acting like a lunatic at midnight. Once inside the house, I locked the door and engaged the deadbolt, then checked to make sure all the other doors and windows were secure. The familiar sounds of home, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock on the kitchen wall, the distant murmur of the television in my parents' bedroom, were incredibly comforting after the alien sounds of the forest. But even surrounded by the safety of my own home, I couldn't stop thinking about what I had experienced. The rational part of my mind kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe it had been someone having a mental health crisis. Maybe it had been a prank. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing due to stress and darkness. But I knew what I had seen and heard, and no amount of rationalization could explain away the impossible speed of that pursuit or the inhuman quality of that scream. I barely managed 2 hours of fitful rest before giving up entirely and getting out of bed. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale figure running behind me with their arms outstretched and their mouth open in that terrible scream. When I did manage to doze off, I was immediately jolted awake by nightmares so vivid and terrifying that I was afraid to return to whatever realm my unconscious mind was visiting. By sunrise, I had made a decision. I needed to go back to that road, in daylight, with someone else along for support and verification. If I had truly encountered something supernatural or unexplainable, there might be evidence. If it had been some kind of elaborate prank or misunderstanding, I needed to know for my own sanity. I called my best friend Tyler around 8 a.m. Tyler was someone I had known since elementary school, someone who had always been level-headed and practical. If anyone could help me make sense of what had happened, it would be him. "I need you to come with me somewhere today," I told him when he answered the phone. "Something happened last night, and I need to show you where it occurred." Tyler could hear the tension in my voice and agreed to meet me at my house within an hour. When he arrived, I gave him a carefully edited version of the story, focusing on the basic facts while downplaying some of the more unbelievable details. Even so, he listened with growing concern and agreed that we should investigate the area in daylight. We took Tyler's car rather than my motorcycle, which was still making concerning noises and would need professional attention before I felt comfortable riding it again. The drive to the dead-end road took about 20 minutes. And during that time I found myself becoming increasingly nervous about what we might find. In daylight, the road looked completely different. What had seemed like a tunnel through dark, threatening forest was revealed to be a pleasant drive through mature woodlands. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, birds sang in the trees, and everything looked peaceful and normal. It was hard to believe that the same location had been the scene of such terror just hours before. We drove slowly down the road, with me pointing out landmarks and trying to identify the exact spot where I had first seen the figure. When we reached what I thought was the right area, Tyler pulled over and we got out to examine the pavement and the surrounding forest. The search was both thorough and disappointing. We spent over an hour combing through the area, looking for any sign that someone had been there recently. We searched for footprints, for clothing fibers caught on branches, for anything that might confirm my story or provide clues about who or what I had encountered. We found nothing. The asphalt showed no unusual marks or stains. The forest floor on either side of the road was covered with undisturbed leaves and undergrowth. There were no paths leading into the woods, no signs of recent passage, no evidence that anyone had been in the area for days or even weeks. Tyler was diplomatic about our lack of findings, but I could see the doubt growing in his eyes. He wanted to believe me, but the complete absence of physical evidence was hard to ignore. We walked the entire 2-kilometer stretch of road, checking both sides carefully, but found only tire tracks from normal traffic and the occasional piece of litter that had been there for months. The most disturbing discovery was how normal everything appeared. In daylight, surrounded by the sounds of birds and insects, it was almost impossible to imagine anything sinister happening here. The forest looked benign, even welcoming, and the road seemed like exactly what it was, a quiet route used by hikers and fishermen to access the lakes. As we stood at the end of the road near the parking area, Tyler finally voiced what we were both thinking. "Are you sure it wasn't just someone out for a late-night walk who maybe startled you?" he asked gently. "Maybe they shouted because they were surprised by your motorcycle, and in the darkness and confusion everything seemed more threatening than it actually was." I wanted to accept his rational explanation. It would have been so much easier to believe that I had simply overreacted to an innocent encounter, that fear and darkness had transformed a normal person into the monster I remembered. But I knew what I had experienced, and no amount of wishful thinking could change those memories. The scratches on my motorcycle were real. The damage to my engine from over-revving was real. The terror I had felt was real. And somewhere deep in my gut I knew that what I had encountered on that road was not entirely human, even if I couldn't prove it and couldn't explain it. 3 years have passed since that night, and I still have no satisfactory explanation for what happened on the dead-end road. I've researched local history, looking for reports of similar encounters or unusual incidents in the area. I've spoken to park rangers, police officers, and longtime residents of the town. Nobody has ever heard of anything like what I experienced. The rational part of my mind has developed several theories over time. Perhaps it was someone suffering from a severe mental health crisis who had wandered away from a treatment facility. Perhaps it was a person under the influence of drugs who had become disoriented and aggressive. Perhaps it was even some kind of elaborate prank designed to scare motorcyclists, though the logistics of such a prank would have been incredibly complex. But none of these explanations account for all the details I remember. The impossible speed of pursuit, the inhuman quality of that scream, the way the figure seemed to move with a coordination that was simultaneously too fluid and too jerky to be natural. These memories remain as vivid and disturbing as they were on the night they were formed. I have never returned to that road, and I don't intend to. Whether what I encountered was human, animal, or something else entirely, it represented a level of danger and unpredictability that I have no desire to face again. The forest may be beautiful in daylight, but I know what can lurk in its shadows after dark. The experience changed me in ways that I'm still discovering. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, more respectful of the fact that there are things in this world that I don't understand and may never understand. I've also become more empathetic to others who claim to have had unusual or unexplainable experiences because I know how isolating it can be to carry memories that others find hard to believe. My motorcycle was eventually repaired, though it never ran quite the same after that night. I sold it 6 months later and bought a car instead. I told myself it was for practical reasons, better weather protection, more storage space, improved safety. But the truth is that I had lost the sense of freedom and peace that riding had once provided. Every time I got on the bike, I found myself thinking about what might be waiting around the next curve or behind the next tree. Tyler remains a good friend, and he's never directly challenged my account of what happened, but I can tell he thinks I experienced some kind of panic attack or hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. That's fine with me. I don't need anyone else to believe my story or validate my memories. I know what I experienced, and that knowledge is both a burden and a gift. The burden is obvious, the lingering fear, the disrupted sense of safety, the knowledge that reality can be far stranger and more threatening than most people imagine. But there's also a gift in that experience, a reminder that the world is vast and mysterious and full of things that science hasn't yet cataloged or explained. Sometimes, late at night when I'm having trouble falling asleep, I think about that figure in white. I wonder who or what they were, where they came from, and whether they're still out there in the forest. I wonder if other people have encountered them, and if so, whether those people were lucky enough to escape as I did. I've learned to live with these questions, to accept that some mysteries may never be solved. But I've also learned to trust my instincts more completely, to take my own perceptions seriously, even when they conflict with conventional wisdom or social expectations. That night on the dead-end road taught me that the boundary between the known and unknown is far thinner than most people believe. It taught me that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to function despite fear. And it taught me that sometimes the most important thing you can do is simply survive long enough to tell the story, even if nobody else fully believes it. As I write this account, I can hear the sound of motorcycles passing by on the street outside my window. The sound no longer fills me with longing for the open road, but it doesn't fill me with terror either. It simply reminds me of a younger version of myself who thought he understood the difference between safety and danger, between the natural and unnatural, between what was possible and what was not. I know better now, and perhaps that knowledge, uncomfortable as it sometimes is, will serve me well if I ever again find myself face to face with something that defies explanation. Because I'm certain of one thing: that night on the dead-end road was not the last time I'll encounter the mysterious and unexplainable in this strange and wonderful world. God help me. I just hope I'm better prepared for it next time. This happened about 3 years ago. I'm 17 now, but the memory still haunts me every single day. I was Aurora then, about to turn 15, living in a small town in New Jersey where everyone knew everyone else's business. What should have been the best birthday of my life became the most terrifying night I've ever experienced. I had been planning this party for months. Unlike my previous birthdays celebrated at home or at some restaurant, I wanted something different, something memorable. The idea came to me while browsing through photos online. A cozy cabin in the woods, surrounded by towering pine trees in complete isolation. It seemed perfect for an intimate gathering with my closest friends. My mother was initially hesitant about the whole idea. She worried about us being so far from civilization, about the lack of cell phone reception, about all the things that could go wrong. But I was persistent, and eventually, she agreed to rent a small cabin nestled deep in the Pine Barrens, about 40 minutes from our town. The cabin itself was older than I had expected, built sometime in the 1980s according to the rental agency. It had weathered cedar siding that creaked in the wind, and windows that rattled whenever a strong gust hit them. The front porch sagged slightly, and some of the floorboards groaned ominously under our weight. But it had everything we needed: a functioning kitchen with basic appliances, a living room with an old stone fireplace and a small television, 3 bedrooms with creaky double beds, and a single bathroom with plumbing that made strange gurgling sounds. My mother and I arrived early that Saturday afternoon to set up decorations. We strung fairy lights around the main room, their warm glow casting dancing shadows on the knotty pine walls. Colorful streamers hung from the exposed ceiling beams, and we placed balloons in every corner we could find. The decorations gave the cabin a festive atmosphere, but they couldn't quite mask the underlying sense of isolation that seemed to permeate the place. As we worked, I noticed how the surrounding forest seemed to press against the cabin from all sides. The trees grew so thick and close that even in broad daylight, the woods appeared dark and impenetrable. There were no other structures visible in any direction, no power lines or roads beyond the single dirt track that led to our front door. The nearest neighbor was supposedly over a mile away, though we couldn't see any signs of human habitation through the dense canopy of branches. The silence out here was different from anything I had experienced. Back in town, there was always some background noise, cars passing by, dogs barking, the hum of air conditioners or lawnmowers. But here, the quiet was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. Even the wind seemed muted as it moved through the trees, creating a constant whisper that I couldn't quite identify. By 6 o'clock that evening, I heard the rumble of cars approaching down the narrow dirt road. My heart raced with excitement as I peered out the front window, watching headlights bob and weave between the trees. The first car pulled up, followed closely by 2 others, and suddenly the silence was broken by the sound of car doors slamming and voices calling out greetings. My best friend Lucas emerged from the first vehicle, his familiar grin immediately putting me at ease. We had been inseparable since elementary school, and I had specifically asked him to come early to help me welcome everyone else. Behind him came Melody, Phoenix, and Jasper, all friends from my high school who had become incredibly important to me over the past few years. The second car brought my cousins Camille and River, along with Zane, a quiet but loyal friend who rarely spoke but always seemed to understand exactly what everyone was thinking. From the third car came Tyler and Blake, 2 friends who had joined our group more recently but had quickly become integral parts of our social circle. As everyone filed into the cabin, their voices filled the space with warmth and energy that seemed to push back against the oppressive silence of the forest. They oohed and ahed over the decorations, exploring every room and claiming beds for later that night. The atmosphere was exactly what I had hoped for, intimate, cozy, and filled with the kind of carefree joy that only comes from being surrounded by people who truly care about you. My mother had pre-ordered pizza from a place in the nearest town, and it arrived just as everyone was getting settled. We spread blankets on the living room floor and ate our dinner picnic style, laughing and talking about school, relationships, and our plans for the summer. The conversation flowed easily, and for a while, I forgot entirely about the isolation of our location. After dinner, my mother pulled me aside. "I should head back to town," she said, glancing around at my friends with obvious reluctance. "But I'm not comfortable leaving you all out here alone. There's no cell service, and if something happens—" "Mom, we'll be fine," I assured her, though I noticed how her eyes kept drifting toward the windows and the darkness beyond. "We're not little kids anymore. And look, there are 10 of us here. We can take care of each other." She made me promise to check all the doors and windows before going to bed, to make sure the fire was completely extinguished before anyone went to sleep, and to drive into town immediately if anything seemed wrong. I agreed to all her conditions, eager for the adult supervision to end so the real fun could begin. After my mother left, we decided to build a fire in the outdoor fire pit we had discovered behind the cabin. The process of gathering wood from the surrounding forest was more challenging than expected. We had to venture into the tree line with flashlights, and more than once someone jumped at shadows or unexpected sounds. But eventually we had a respectable pile of logs and kindling. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. We roasted marshmallows and made s'mores, the sweet smell of toasted sugar mixing with the sharp scent of wood smoke. Someone suggested we tell stories, and naturally, the conversation turned toward the macabre. Melody, always one for drama, began recounting a true crime podcast she had been listening to about a female serial killer who had operated in Pennsylvania during the 1990s. She described in graphic detail how the woman had lured her victims to isolated locations before attacking them, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper as she reached the most gruesome parts of the story. We all laughed nervously, partly from genuine fear, and partly from the thrill of being scared in a safe environment. The firelight threw our shadows large and distorted against the trees behind us, making it seem like we were surrounded by writhing, dancing figures. But then Tyler's expression changed, his face growing serious in the flickering light. "Speaking of scary stuff," he said quietly, "I guess I should tell you guys what's been going on with my family." The laughter died away as we all turned to look at him. Tyler was usually one of the more upbeat members of our group, always ready with a joke or a funny story. Seeing him look so somber was unsettling. "My parents got divorced last month," he continued, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. It wasn't a mutual decision or anything like that. My dad, he couldn't handle it when I came out to them. We all knew Tyler was gay, he had told us gradually over the past year, but none of us had realized his family situation had become so complicated. My mom was amazing about it, he said, tears beginning to form in his eyes. She told me she loved me no matter what, that nothing would change between us. But my dad, he completely lost it. Started screaming about how I was going to hell, how I was an abomination, how he had failed as a father. The fire suddenly seemed less warm, and I noticed several of my friends shifting uncomfortably on their logs. After they separated, things got worse, Tyler continued. My dad started showing up at our house at all hours, drunk and angry. He would pound on the doors and windows, screaming that he wanted his real son back. He said he was going to fix me, no matter what it took. Blake reached over and put a comforting hand on Tyler's shoulder, but Tyler barely seemed to notice. He started following us places, to the grocery store, to school events, to church. My mom finally had to get a restraining order against him. The police told us he had been making threats, saying he was going to take me away from my mother and cure me, even if he had to hurt people to do it. The silence that followed was heavy and uncomfortable. None of us knew what to say. This kind of real-world horror was far more frightening than any ghost story or urban legend. "What does he look like?" Camille asked quietly. "I mean, just so we know, in case." Tyler pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photos until he found what he was looking for. The image showed a tall, heavily built man with graying hair and cold, angry eyes. Even in the photograph, there was something unsettling about his expression, something that suggested barely controlled violence. "His name is Gregory Morrison," Tyler said, putting his phone away. "The restraining order says he's supposed to stay at least 500 feet away from me and my mom. But the police warned us that restraining orders are just pieces of paper. They can't actually stop someone who's determined to cause harm." We tried to return to lighter topics after Tyler's revelation, but the mood had definitely shifted. The darkness beyond our fire seemed more threatening now, and every rustle in the undergrowth made us glance nervously toward the tree line. It was Phoenix who first heard the sound that would change everything. We had been sitting around the fire for about an hour, trying to recapture some of the earlier festive atmosphere, when he suddenly held up his hand for silence. "Did you guys hear that?" he whispered. We all strained our ears, listening intently to the night sounds around us. For a moment, there was nothing but the usual forest noise, the gentle whisper of wind through leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft crackling of our dying fire. Then we heard it. The sound was rhythmic and deliberate, footsteps moving through the underbrush. But these weren't the light, quick steps of a deer or the scampering of a small animal. These were heavy, measured footsteps, the kind made by someone trying to move quietly but failing due to their size. "That's definitely a person," Lucas whispered, his voice tight with fear. The footsteps seemed to be circling our campsite, staying just within the tree line where the darkness was complete. Whoever it was appeared to be trying to observe us without being seen, moving slowly around the perimeter of our firelit area. "Should we call out?" Melody asked. "Maybe it's just a hiker who got lost?" "At 11 o'clock at night?" Zane replied. "No way. That's not normal." We sat frozen, listening as the footsteps continued their slow circuit. The sound would fade away as the person moved farther from us, then grow louder as they completed their circle and returned to our vicinity. It was clear that whoever was out there was deliberately staying hidden, watching us from the shadows. Tyler had gone completely pale, and I could see his hands shaking as he stared into the darkness. The same thought was in all our minds. Was this Gregory Morrison? Had Tyler's father somehow discovered where we were and followed us here? "We should go inside," River said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Right now." No one argued. We quickly gathered our supplies and moved toward the cabin, trying not to appear panicked but definitely moving faster than normal. As we reached the front porch, the footsteps stopped abruptly, leaving us in a silence that seemed far more ominous than the sound had been. Once inside, I immediately locked the front door and threw the deadbolt, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the unfamiliar mechanism. The others spread out through the cabin, checking windows and making sure all the curtains were drawn tightly closed. "Maybe we're overreacting," Jasper suggested hopefully. "It could have been anything, a park ranger or someone camping nearby." But none of us really believed that. The deliberate nature of those footsteps, the way they had circled our campsite like a predator stalking prey, suggested something far more sinister than an innocent explanation. We decided to try to distract ourselves by watching something on the small television. The cable connection was spotty, but we managed to find a movie that held everyone's attention for a while. We arranged ourselves throughout the living room, some on the old couch, others on the floor with pillows and blankets. Despite our attempts at normalcy, everyone remained tense and alert. Every small sound from outside made us all freeze and listen intently. The cabin itself seemed to be working against our peace of mind, creaking and settling in ways that made it impossible to relax completely. By around 1 in the morning, exhaustion began to overcome anxiety for most of us. We had arranged sleeping assignments earlier. 6 people would take the beds in the 3 bedrooms, while the remaining 4 would sleep in the living room. I had volunteered to stay downstairs along with Lucas, Melody, and Zane, partly because I wanted to be near the front door in case anything happened. The others gradually made their way upstairs, their whispered good nights, creating a brief sense of comfort and security. Soon, the only sounds in the cabin were the soft breathing of my sleeping friends and the occasional creak of the old building settling around us. I lay on my makeshift bed on the living room floor, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince myself that everything was going to be fine. The events earlier in the evening had left me keyed up and alert, every nerve-ending hypersensitive to the slightest sound or movement. It was just after 2 in the morning when the banging started. The sound was loud and deliberate, someone pounding on the front door with considerable force. All 4 of us in the living room were instantly awake, bolting upright and staring at each other with wide, frightened eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The blows shook the entire door frame, and I could hear the old wood creaking under the impact. Whoever was out there was not trying to be subtle or polite. They wanted in, and they were willing to use force to achieve their goal. "Who could that be?" Melody whispered, though we all had the same terrible suspicion. I crept toward the front door, my heart pounding so hard I was sure the others could hear it. The cabin was old and didn't have a peephole, so there was no way to see who was outside without opening the door, something I definitely wasn't going to do. The banging stopped abruptly, and for a moment I thought whoever it was might have given up and left. But then I heard footsteps moving around the side of the cabin, deliberate and unhurried, as if the person was taking their time to examine our defenses. The footsteps stopped at the large living room window, directly behind where we were all crouched in terror. Then came a new sound, a slow rhythmic tapping on the glass, like someone drumming their fingers against the window pane. Tap, 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 tap. The sound was patient but insistent, clearly designed to get our attention. I knew I had to look. We needed to know what we were dealing with, but every instinct in my body screamed against approaching that window. I crawled across the floor on my hands and knees, trying to stay as low as possible. When I reached the window, I slowly raised one corner of the heavy curtain, creating just enough of a gap to peer outside. What I saw nearly made me scream out loud. A man's face was pressed against the glass, so close that his breath was fogging the window. He was exactly as Tyler had described from the photograph, tall and heavily built, with graying hair and cold, calculating eyes. But seeing him in person was infinitely more terrifying than any picture could convey. He was shirtless despite the cool night air, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts. His feet were bare, and I could see cuts and scratches on his legs where he had apparently walked through the underbrush without any protection. In his right hand, he held what appeared to be a hunting rifle, the metal barrel gleaming dully in the faint light from our fire outside. But it was his expression that truly terrified me. When he saw my face appear in the window, his mouth stretched into a wide, predatory smile that never reached his eyes. He raised his free hand and waved at me with exaggerated friendliness, like a neighbor greeting someone across a fence. Then he pointed directly at the front door and mouthed words I couldn't hear but could easily understand. "Let me in." I dropped the curtain and scrambled away from the window. my whole body shaking with terror. The others could see from my expression that whatever I had witnessed was far worse than we had feared. "It's him," I whispered, barely able to form the words. "It's Tyler's father. He has a gun." The blood drained from everyone's faces. We had to wake the others immediately. They needed to know what we were dealing with, and we needed all 10 of us working together if we were going to survive this. We crept toward the staircase, trying to move as quietly as possible. The old wooden steps creaked ominously under our weight, and each sound seemed to echo through the cabin like a gunshot. From outside, we could hear Gregory Morrison moving around the building again, testing windows and doors, looking for any weakness in our defenses. The others upstairs were sleeping deeply, and it took considerable effort to wake them without creating too much noise. One by one, their faces registered confusion, then growing horror as we explained what was happening. Tyler's reaction was the worst to witness. When I told him his father was outside with a weapon, his face went completely white and his breathing became rapid and shallow. He looked like he might pass out from sheer terror. "He found me," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I don't know how, but he found me. He's going to kill all of you because of me." Blake put his arms around Tyler, holding him tightly as his whole body shook with sobs. "No one's going to die," Blake said firmly, though I could hear the fear in his own voice. "We're going to get through this." But even as he spoke those words, we heard Gregory Morrison's voice from outside, loud and clear through the thin walls of the old cabin. "Tyler, I know you're in there, son. Come on out, and we can talk about this like men." His voice was slurred and unsteady, suggesting he had been drinking heavily. But there was also a cold, calculating edge to it that made it clear he was still dangerous and very much in control of his faculties. "I brought some friends with me," Morrison called out, and I heard the unmistakable sound of the rifle being cocked. "Smith and Wesson want to have a chat with whoever's been filling my boy's head with lies." Tyler was hyperventilating now, gasping for air between terrified sobs. The rest of us huddled together on the upstairs landing, trying to figure out what to do next. "We need to call for help," Phoenix whispered. "Does anyone have cell service up here?" We all checked our phones desperately, but as expected, there were no bars on any of our devices. The cabin's isolation, which had seemed so appealing earlier, was now working against us in the worst possible way. "There's a landline in the kitchen," River remembered suddenly. "I saw it when we were getting plates for the pizza." But the kitchen was downstairs, and we could hear Morrison still moving around outside. Getting to the phone would mean exposing ourselves to his view through the windows, and there was no guarantee the landline would even work. As we debated our options, the sound from outside changed. Morrison had apparently grown tired of trying to coax Tyler out voluntarily. We heard heavy footsteps approaching the front door, followed by the sound of something solid striking the wood. Crash! He was trying to kick the door down. The front door of the cabin had clearly been designed more for privacy than security. With each of Morrison's kicks, we could hear the wood splintering and the frame beginning to give way. It was only a matter of minutes before he would be inside with us. "We need weapons," Lucas said grimly, and everyone scattered to search for anything that might help us defend ourselves. The kitchen yielded the most promising options. Melody and Camille each grabbed large carving knives, while River found a heavy cast-iron skillet that she wielded like a club. Tyler, despite his terror, remembered that he had packed pepper spray in his overnight bag, and he retrieved it with shaking hands. I found an aluminum baseball bat in the closet near the back door, apparently left behind by previous renters. Phoenix located a heavy flashlight that could serve as a club, while Jasper armed himself with a fireplace poker from beside the cold hearth. The crashing sounds from the front door were getting more violent and more frequent. Between each kick, we could hear Morrison cursing and shouting threats that became increasingly graphic and disturbing. "When I get in there, I'm going to show you what happens to freaks and the people who support them," he bellowed. "You're all going to learn what real pain feels like." Crash! Crack! The sound of wood finally giving way echoed through the cabin. Morrison had created a hole in the lower panel of the door, large enough for him to reach through and unlock the deadbolt from the inside. "Run!" I screamed, but there was nowhere to go. The back door was locked and we didn't have time to find the key. The windows were too high and too small for all of us to escape through quickly. The front door swung open and Gregory Morrison stepped into our cabin, his rifle raised and his finger on the trigger. In the dim light from our scattered flashlights, he looked like something from a nightmare. Wild-haired, half-dressed, his eyes glittering with madness and fury. "There's my boy," he said, his voice now sickeningly sweet as he spotted Tyler cowering behind Blake near the staircase. "Daddy's come to take you home, son. We're going to fix you right up." Tyler tried to press himself further back against the wall, but there was nowhere to retreat. Morrison took another step into the cabin, sweeping the rifle barrel across the room to keep the rest of us at bay. "The rest of you freaks can stay out of family business," Morrison snarled. "This is between me and my son." That's when Tyler surprised all of us, including his father. Instead of continuing to cower in terror, something seemed to snap inside him. He suddenly lunged forward, the pepper spray can extended in front of him, and discharged it directly into Morrison's face at point-blank range. Morrison screamed and staggered backward, clawing at his eyes as the chemical burned his face and throat. The rifle discharged accidentally, sending a bullet harmlessly into the ceiling and showering us all with bits of plaster and wood. I didn't hesitate. While Morrison was temporarily blinded and disoriented, I stepped forward with the aluminum bat and swung it as hard as I could at his head. The impact made a sickening thud, and Morrison collapsed to the floor like a felled tree, the rifle clattering away across the wooden boards. For a moment, none of us moved. Morrison lay motionless at our feet, blood seeping from a gash on his scalp where the bat had connected. His breathing was shallow but steady. He was unconscious but alive. "Is he?" Melody began, but I cut her off. "We need to call the police right now," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my system. "Before he wakes up." Jasper had managed to get the old landline working, and within minutes we were connected to emergency services. I tried to explain our situation as clearly as possible to the 911 operator, though my voice kept shaking as the shock of what had just happened began to set in. The operator instructed us to barricade ourselves in one of the bedrooms and wait for the police to arrive. We dragged Morrison's unconscious form outside and used zip ties from Phoenix's camping gear to secure his hands and feet to the porch railing. Then we retreated upstairs and blockaded the door with heavy furniture. The wait seemed to last forever. Every few minutes we could hear Morrison beginning to stir, groaning and cursing as consciousness slowly returned to him. But the restraints held, and eventually we heard the blessed sound of sirens approaching through the forest. Blue and red lights flashed through the cabin windows as what seemed like half the county sheriff's department descended on our location. We waited until we heard officers calling for us to come out before we moved the furniture and emerged from our hiding place. The scene outside was surreal. Gregory Morrison sat slumped against the porch railing, his hands cuffed behind his back and a bandage wrapped around his head where I had struck him. His eyes were still red and swollen from the pepper spray, and he alternated between cursing at us and demanding to see his son. The police officers were professional but clearly shaken by what they found. The lead detective, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, took detailed statements from each of us while paramedics checked Morrison's injuries and pronounced him fit for transport to jail. "You kids did everything right," the detective told us as Morrison was loaded into the back of a patrol car. "You called for help, you defended yourselves when you had to, and you didn't use more force than necessary. A lot of adults wouldn't have handled this situation as well as you did." But her praise did little to ease the trauma we had all experienced. Tyler was particularly devastated, blaming himself for putting the rest of us in danger. It took considerable effort from all of us to convince him that none of this was his fault. His father's actions were the result of his own hatred and mental instability, not anything Tyler had done or said. Our parents arrived within hours, having been contacted by the police. There were tears, recriminations about the dangers of staying in such an isolated location, and fierce hugs as each family was reunited. My mother held me so tightly I could barely breathe, and I could feel her whole body shaking with relief and residual fear. The aftermath dragged on for weeks. There were more police interviews, court appearances for restraining order hearings, and sessions with therapists to help us process the trauma. Gregory Morrison was charged with multiple felonies, including breaking and entering, assault with a deadly weapon, and terroristic threats. He eventually pleaded guilty and was sentenced to several years in prison. Tyler moved with his mother to another state shortly after the incident, seeking a fresh start away from the painful memories. We stayed in touch through social media and text messages, but it was clear that distance was necessary for his healing process. As for the rest of us, we remained close friends. But something had changed. We had seen how quickly a normal, fun situation could turn deadly, how thin the veneer of safety and civilization really was. Birthday parties moved back to restaurants and family homes, and none of us expressed any interest in remote cabin getaways for a very long time. The physical wounds healed quickly, but the psychological scars took much longer to fade. I still have nightmares sometimes about that face pressed against the window, about the sound of splintering wood, about the weight of the baseball bat in my hands and the sickening impact when it connected with Morrison's skull. But we survived. All of us. And in the darkest moments when the memories threatened to overwhelm me, I try to focus on that simple, crucial fact. We protected each other when it mattered most. We kept our heads when everything went wrong, and we all made it home alive. That has to count for something. In a world where so many stories like ours end in tragedy, maybe survival itself is a kind of victory. Maybe the fact that we're all still here, still friends, still moving forward with our lives, is proof that love and loyalty can triumph over hatred and violence. At least that's what I tell myself on the bad days. And most of the time it's enough. My name is Caleb Knox, and this happened to me back in 2016 in Bath, Maine. The nightmares haven't stopped. Even now I still wake up choking on the scent of antiseptic and hot metal, the taste of pennies flooding my mouth. My name is Caleb Knox, and this happened to me back in 2016 in Bath, Maine. The nightmares haven't stopped. Even now I still wake up choking on the scent of antiseptic and hot metal, the taste of pennies flooding my mouth. The day started lazy. Paperwork, refilling the coffee pot, pretending the harbor gulls weren't filing noise complaints of their own. Bath Police Department ran a skeleton crew most weekdays. Our small coastal town rarely needing more than traffic stops and the occasional drunk tourist wandering off the Heritage Trail. The station's fluorescent lights buzzed above, one tube flickering in seizure-like pulses that made the old reports swim before my eyes. I'd joined the force after 4 years military police, choosing the smaller department over Portland's better pay. Bath felt like home, its shipyard heartbeat and salt-weathered storefronts familiar as my own reflection. I thought I knew every shadow in this town. I was wrong. Well, Knox, you're grinding your teeth again. Desi Wallace, my squared-away partner, didn't look up from his monitor. His fingers clicked against keys, methodical as everything else about him. Ex-Coast Guard, Desi kept his uniform creased sharp enough to slice butter and his cruiser so clean you could perform surgery in the back seat. The man even color-coded his case notes. "Headache," I muttered, pushing away from my desk. Barometers dropping. Desi's eyes flicked to the window. Sky's clear. Inside my head isn't. I stretched, vertebrae crackling. A persistent knot had lodged between my shoulder blades since morning. Tension with no source. The wall clock ticked toward noon, hands dragging. The shift sergeant napped behind his office blinds. In the holding cell, our sole occupant, a weekend warrior who'd spent last night sampling every beer on tap at the Kennebec Brewery, snored through his hangover. "Coffee?" I offered, already moving toward the break room. Desi nodded, fingers still dancing across keys, black as my ex-wife's heart. The coffee maker wheezed and steamed like an asthmatic dragon, producing a liquid closer to industrial waste than anything drinkable. I doctored mine with enough sugar to stand the spoon upright, left Desi's untouched. As I reached for the cups, a tremor passed through my fingers, splashing brown drops across the counter. Strange. I'd felt this once before. The day our squad took fire in Fallujah, an electric pricking along my spine, a weight pressing against my eardrums. Premonition wasn't something I believed in, but my body apparently hadn't gotten the memo. The radio crackled to life at precisely 2:14 p.m. Unit 4 dispatch. We've got a missing teen report. Last phone ping from a salvage yard road 2 miles north of town. Parents report 17-year-old female, Melissa Tremont, failed to return from school yesterday. Phone went dark approximately 16:30 hours. Desi appeared in the doorway, already shrugging into his jacket. He grabbed his mug, drained it without wincing. Dispatch, Unit 4 responding. ETA 10 minutes. As we crossed the bullpen, Sergeant Wilcox emerged from his office, sleep creases mapping his face. Stay frosty. That salvage yard's been off the radar since Martin died. Martin Sykes? I asked, checking my sidearm. Yeah, heart attack last year. Nobody's wanted the place. Too much cleanup, EPA violations stacked to the ceiling. I nodded, the knot between my shoulders tightening. I told him the owner, Martin Sykes, had died last year, and nobody wanted the place, I said as we headed out. Desi collected the cruiser keys, humming some off-key country riff as we rolled through town. Old storefronts slid by, tourists meandering between boutiques, unaware of the cold feeling spreading through my gut. Money is money to scrap men. Desi answered with a shrug when I repeated what Wilcox had said. The road narrowed, asphalt giving way to packed gravel. Trees crowded closer, their shadows dappling our windshield in disorienting patterns. A rust-mottled sign appeared. Sykes Salvage. We buy anything metal. The gate chain was new, padlock fresh, paint unchipped. Desi frowned at that. We rattled it, called out, flashed badges. No answer. I cut the lock with the breaching kit. Sarge kept taped under the shotgun rack, feeling the first itch of wrongness. The links parted with a shriek that set my teeth on edge. The yard smelled of rust and wet aluminum, the earthy reek of oil-soaked soil and something underneath, sickly sweet like meat left too long in summer heat. Stacks of crushed cars leaned like drunken giants. Between them ran corridors just wide enough for a body to vanish. Somewhere deeper, metal clanged twice in slow rhythm. Clang, clang, deliberate, calling. Desi pointed left. I'll take the outer perimeter. You work inward. So we split lanes, the way academy drills teach. Eyes up, angle sharp, voices low. The sun beat against metal, raising shimmers of heat that distorted the pathways ahead. The maze seemed to shift each time I blinked, corners revealing new corners, paths leading back to themselves. 10 minutes in, my radio hissed. Got drag marks and a cell phone. Desi's voice came hushed. I turned the corner. Every step crunching broken mirror glass, fragments reflecting sky. My face, my face, my face in fractured repetition. I joined him beside a muddy track that slid beneath a mound of refrigerator doors, their white enamel peeling like diseased skin. The phone screen was spider-webbed, camera still open to a selfie. Girl, maybe 16, braces shine, fear pinned to her smile by a man's rough hand jutting into frame. His fingers were thick, calloused, a welder's hands, one fingernail missing, the rest blackened with grime or... I swallowed hard. Melissa? I whispered, though I already knew. Desi nodded grimly. We followed the track. It ended at a steel shipping container, whose vents pumped out colder air than a Maine February. My breath misted, though the outside temperature was high 60s. A generator hummed nearby, thick cables snaking into the container's side. Someone had painted the metal a flat gray, blending it against the piles of crushed metal surrounding it. Easy to miss unless you were looking. Deliberate camouflage. Desi eased the latch. The door grated wide just enough for a sliver of sight. Inside, rows of commercial freezers lined the walls, humming. Middle of the floor, folding chair bolted down, wrists restraints dangling. One restraint hung broken. A girl's sneaker lay sideways, laces torn. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting everything in a sterile greenish pall. The floor had been pressure washed recently, concrete still damp, draining toward a central grate. Stainless steel tables gleamed against the far wall, instruments arranged with surgical precision. Desi mouthed, Clear. I nodded, though nothing felt clear. A clang erupted behind us. We whirled. A man stepped from between dented pickup beds, late 50s, buzz-cut silver hair, skin pocked and tanned like shipyard steel. Welder's goggles pushed up on his forehead, leaving raccoon pale circles around eyes too calm for the setting. He carried a carpenter's hatchet in one hand, 2-foot boning knife in the other. His work boots, jeans, and welding jacket were spotless, except for one dark patch drying on the cuff. "Police!" I barked, covering him. Desi flanked. The man's smile was practiced, tiny, as if muscles remembered before the mind caught up. "Easy," he said, voice flat. "Door'll slam if the wind picks up." No wind here. He was stalling. Desi's radio crackled. In that microsecond, the hatchet spun. The blade caught Desi between ear and collar. He hit the ground hard, eyes wide, still breathing, fingers twitching on the trigger guard. Training screamed shoot, but Desi's body blocked the shot. I dove left, firing twice. The killer ducked behind the stacked beds, vanished through a gap. Desi tried speaking, couldn't. Blood pumped between my fingers as I jammed gauze against his neck. Called an ambulance. New response time out here was at least 12 minutes. He squeezed my wrist once, then stopped moving. The yard went painfully quiet. I keyed radio. "Officer down, active assailant armed." My voice sounded distant, like someone else wearing my throat. Desi's blood soaked my uniform sleeve, cooling rapidly in the evening air. The sun had begun its descent, casting longer shadows between the piles of scrap. Each darkened corridor now held new menace. I checked Desi's pulse once more. Nothing, then closed his eyes with shaking fingers. "I'll get him," I promised, unsure if I meant justice or vengeance. I pushed deeper, clearing row after row. Cars creaked overhead, settling in their piles. Every echo felt intentional, as if the yard itself tipped hints toward ambushes. Twice I spun toward sounds that vanished as soon as I faced them. The soft scrape of boot on gravel, the whisper of fabric against metal. The yard seemed larger inside than its fences suggested. A labyrinth of industrial waste stretching beyond reasonable boundaries. The paths narrowed, widened, doubled back on themselves. I marked corners with chalk, only to find my marks missing when routes circled back. Impossible. My radio remained silent despite repeated calls. Either the metal mountains blocked transmission, or something was jamming the signal. Either way, backup wasn't coming soon enough. I found a trail of bright droplets leading toward the crusher shed. One of my shots must have connected, leaving this crimson breadcrumb path. The drops glistened wet, recent. The shed loomed ahead, corrugated metal walls sweating condensation despite the cooling air. Rust had eaten through in places, leaving jagged-edged holes like poorly healed wounds. The hydraulic crusher inside sat dormant, its massive steel jaws open in perpetual hunger. Beside it sat a white panel van, engine warm. Inside, stainless table, field surgical kit. Cooler boxes marked with red hazard stickers. Each box labeled a human organ. 2 were full. Condensation beaded their lids. I wanted to throw up but kept moving. A muffled sob jerked my attention to the crusher control booth. Through grimy windows, I made out huddled forms. Moving cautiously, I circled the structure, checking sightlines. The booth door hung ajar, its lock splintered. Inside, 3 teens, 2 girls, 1 boy, duct-taped mouths, wrists tied, eyes huge with terror. School backpacks piled in the corner. Days' worth of empty water bottles scattered across the floor. A chemical toilet in the corner. Someone had been keeping them here, alive but confined. I sliced them free, whispered, "Out the gate, straight line, don't stop, stay low." They bolted. I prayed the killer chased me instead. Gun raised, I crossed open gravel to the booth stairs, scanning constantly. Halfway across, I froze. Something felt wrong. The wind shifted, carrying a new scent. Hospital antiseptic and something metallic sweet that wasn't quite blood. My gaze tracked upward. The control booth roof had been converted to an open-air workspace. a makeshift surgical theater surrounded by privacy screens. Bright lights mounted on adjustable arms, plastic sheets covered the floor, dark stains seeping through despite someone's efforts to clean. A clatter behind me. He burst from the catwalk, hatchet raised. I rolled, felt wind of metal pass where my neck had been. His boots skidded as he pivoted, knife flashing in his offhand. I fired. The first round punched his jacket, second missed, third shattered his left kneecap. He crumpled but still crawled, blade dragging furrows in dust toward a dropped pistol I hadn't noticed. I kicked it away. "Don't move!" Up close I saw what decorated his jacket. Embroidered patch, caduceus entwined but backward, serpents knotted wrong. "Market pays," he rasped. "Town wastes." He swung the hatchet upward. The edge grazed my forearm, opening skin. I answered with 3 more rounds, center mass. He lay still. I cuffed him anyway, bleeding onto the stones. My wound stung, but was shallow. I applied pressure bandage one-handed, scanning constantly for movement. Something about this felt too easy, too contained. The size of the operation I'd glimpsed suggested more than one person. The sun dipped below the yard's fence line. Shadows lengthened, swallowed detail. I activated my flashlight, beam cutting through growing darkness. Sirens wailed somewhere beyond the stacks, still distant. Help coming, but not here yet. The man at my feet, Elias Cutter, according to the name stitched on his jacket, stared skyward, chest barely moving. Blood bubbled at his lips with each shallow breath. "How many kids?" I demanded. His eyes found mine, fever bright with something like amusement. "Not kids," he wheezed. "Inventory." I pressed my boot against his shattered knee. He didn't scream, just smiled wider, teeth filmed red. "Answer me." "Check. The ledger." His breathing hitched. "Cold storage." I started searching containers, half fearing the worst. The refrigerated unit held 5 bodies, each zipped in contractor bags, organs neatly harvested. Labels, times, courier receipts, evidence of schedule and profit. One bag stirred. The movement was almost imperceptible, a slight ripple through heavy gauge plastic. I might have missed it if the flashlight beam hadn't caught the subtle shift. I approached cautiously, knife drawn. The bag was industrial thickness, dark green, secured with zip ties. A shipping label affixed to one corner listed contents as medical waste, biohazard, addressed to a facility in Quebec. Heart hammering against my ribs, I sliced through the plastic. The smell hit first, antiseptic overlaying copper penny blood and the musty reek of unwashed skin. Inside lay a young man, early 20s, skin waxy pale under the flashlight's harsh glare. Surgical staples marched in neat rows across his abdomen and chest, fresh incisions professionally closed. His eyelids fluttered as recycled air touched his face. Cracked lips parted, voice barely a thread. "Help." I cut him free, checked vitals. Pulse weak but there, breathing shallow. Surgical bandages wrapped his torso, spotted with seepage but not soaked through. Professional work, not battlefield hack jobs. "I'm police," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Ambulance is coming. Can you tell me your name?" "Jake," he whispered. "Truck driver. Craigslist job." "Didn't know." His voice faded, consciousness slipping. I made him as comfortable as possible, then checked the remaining bags. 4 more victims, all post-surgery, all deceased. 2 men, 2 women, ages spanning decades. Different body types, different apparent backgrounds based on clothing scraps and personal effects bagged alongside them. The only commonality, surgical precision. Each body opened, specific organs removed, then closed with expert care. Not rushed butchery, but methodical harvesting. A metal filing cabinet stood in the corner, incongruously mundane amidst the horror. Inside, hanging folders contained what could only be described as inventory records. Names, blood types, tissue compatibility charts, medical histories neatly typed. Photos clipped to each file, subjects unaware they were being photographed. Some appeared homeless. Others were clearly middle class, college students, professionals. Acquisition dates, extraction schedules, payment receipts. This wasn't opportunity crime. This was industry. The bottom drawer held a ledger, handwritten in cramped, precise script. Delivery dates, destinations, prices paid. Hundreds of entries spanning years. Hundreds. My radio crackled suddenly, startling me so badly I nearly fired reflexively. Knox. Caleb Knox. Do you copy? The voice sounded tinny, distant. Here, I managed. Officer down, suspect in custody. Multiple victims, need medical. We're at the gate. Where exactly? Follow the drag marks from the entrance. I'm in a shipping container near the crusher. While waiting, I continued examining the container. A generator hummed outside, powering commercial-grade freezer units along the walls. Each held clearly labeled medical containers, kidneys, livers, corneas, arranged by extraction date. A surgical area occupied one corner, operating table, instrument trays, monitoring equipment more sophisticated than our regional hospitals. Nearby desk held transport schedules, delivery confirmations, a laptop password protected, multiple burner phones. This was no desperate criminal's lair. This was a processing facility. Clean, organized, profitable. Footsteps approached outside. I raised my weapon. Police, identify. County sheriff, coming in. 2 deputies entered, weapons drawn, expression shifting from professional alertness to stunned horror as they surveyed the scene. Jesus Christ, the first whispered. The second keyed his radio. We need every available ambulance, crime scene unit, medical examiner, the works. They secured the container while I directed arriving EMTs toward the surviving victim. More law enforcement arrived, county units, state police. The scrapyard transformed into a sea of flashing lights and urgent voices. I guided them to Desi, still lying where he'd fallen, then the victims. While they flooded the scene, I stood by the van, hands shaking harder than the April breeze. Knox, a county detective approached, notebook already open. We need your statement. I nodded mechanically, recounting events while watching EMTs load the surviving victim into an ambulance. The detective's questions washed over me, distant as waves on a far shore. I answered, pointed, led him through the container's horrors. The suspect? I asked finally. DOA at the scene, he replied. You hit an artery, bled out before medics could stabilize. Something in his tone made me look closer. The detective's face held the careful neutrality of a man withholding judgment. He murdered my partner with a hatchet, I said flatly. Tried to do the same to me. Nobody's saying otherwise. He closed his notebook. We'll need you at the station for formal statement. Dawn was breaking as I finally climbed into a department car for transport back to Bath PD. The scrapyard looked different in early light, smaller, more mundane, its horrors less distinct beneath the pink gold wash of sunrise. Only one thing troubled my exhausted mind as we pulled away. In all those files, all those records, I never saw the name Elias Cutter. I gave evidence until sunrise. Uniform stiff with dried streaks, I didn't scrub off until they smelled metallic and wrong. Every detail logged, photographed, entered into evidence. My service weapon surrendered for ballistics testing, standard procedure for officer-involved shootings. Desk sergeant said I could take a week. I nodded, drove home, sat on my porch facing the Kennebec, watched gulls dive as if nothing beneath them had ever been cut apart for parts. The official narrative formed quickly, spread across local news by noon. Former Bath Iron Works fitter Elias Cutter, loner with no known family, ran an underground organ ring, cashing in on vulnerable victims. A tragic case of small-town horror, already being packaged into digestible headlines. Case closed, except for paperwork and prosecuting any accomplices found through financial records. The department psychologist cleared her calendar for my mandatory sessions. Sleep didn't come that night, or the next. On the third day, I stood under scalding water until my skin turned lobster red, trying to scour away phantom sensations, the wet slide of Desi's blood between my fingers, the whisper of plastic body bags, the clinical chill of the container. As steam clouded the bathroom mirror, a question surfaced from my exhaustion-fogged mind. Why hadn't the container been locked? Professional operation, meticulous records, yet Cutter left his grisly workshop unsecured while confronting us. It nagged like a hangnail, small but insistently painful. I dressed, made coffee I couldn't taste. My phone chimed with messages from colleagues, condolences, offers of support. One text from Detective Hargrove, county lead investigator. Me report on Cutter. Interesting history. Call when you can. The morgue occupied the hospital basement, fluorescent lights buzzing against cream-colored walls faded to jaundice yellow. Hargrove met me at the elevator, bags beneath his eyes testifying to sleepless nights. "Didn't expect you so soon," he said, leading me toward the examination rooms. "Can't sleep anyway." He nodded, understanding. "Cutter's on the slab. Me found something you should see." The examination room smelled of formaldehyde and industrial cleaner. Cutter lay uncovered on stainless steel, chest cavity open, internal structures exposed. His skin had the waxy pallor of the newly dead. Dr. Reynolds, county medical examiner for 20-plus years, glanced up from her notes. "Officer Knox, how's the arm?" "Healing," I said, unconsciously touching the bandage. "Detective said you found something." She gestured to Cutter's splayed chest. 3 gunshot wounds, as expected. But look here. Her gloved finger indicated surgical scars on his abdomen, long-healed but visible against pale skin. And here. She lifted his arm, showing matching scars. "Surgical history?" I asked. "Organ transplant recipient," she corrected. "Multiple procedures, kidney, partial liver, bone marrow." She indicated each site, all within the past decade. "He received transplants and then started harvesting others." The irony curdled in my stomach. Not just that. Reynolds directed my attention to Cutter's exposed chest cavity. Current liver shows rejection signs. Kidney function was failing. He was dying. Hargrove leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "We found anti-rejection medications in his apartment. Monthly prescriptions, thousands of dollars. No insurance. The organ business financed his own treatments," I said, the picture forming with nauseating clarity. "There's more." Reynolds moved to a computer, pulled up microscopic images. Tissue comparison between Cutter and one of the container victims shows striking similarity in rejection markers. Meaning, they received organs from the same donor pool. She let that sink in. "And this," she handed me a folder. Inside, transplant records. Patient name, Martin Sykes. The salvage yard's former owner. Sykes received 3 transplants before his death, Hargrove explained. Supposedly died of heart attack, but Emmy at the time noted unusual tissue deterioration. Both men were patients in the same transplant program, Reynolds added. Both showed similar rejection patterns. Both connected to that salvage yard. I stared at Cutter's body, seeing now what I'd missed before. The backward caduceus patch. Not a mistake, a perversion of the medical symbol. He wasn't selling to the black market, I said slowly. He was supplying someone legitimate, someone who could use the organs within medical systems. Hargrove's expression confirmed my suspicion. We found coded communications on his laptop, references to shipment arrivals and quality control, hospital schedules. Jesus, I pressed fingers against my temples. How deep does this go? That's what we need to find out. Hargrove straightened. The scrapyard wasn't just a killing floor. It was a supply chain. I left the hospital with case files tucked under my arm, head throbbing with implications. The afternoon sun felt obscene against my skin, too bright, too normal for the shadows spreading beneath Bath's surface. Desi's funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. I hadn't written my eulogy yet. Couldn't find words equal to the weight of his absence. My phone rang as I reached my car. Unknown number. "Knox," I answered. Silence, then. "Officer Knox, you've disrupted operations." The voice was cultured, clinical. Background noise suggested a busy environment. Beeping machinery, distant announcements. "Who is this?" Someone concerned about waste, so much potential lost. A pause. "Your partner, for instance. Healthy organs gone to rot." Ice formed in my veins. "You son of a..." Emotional, understandable but unproductive. The voice remained calm. Cutter was failing, replaceable. The program continues. I'll find you, I promised. Perhaps. Others have tried. Something shifted in the voice. Amusement, perhaps. Check your backyard, Officer Knox. Not everything valuable comes from outside. The line went dead. I sat frozen, engine idling, as pieces aligned in my mind. Bath's Regional Hospital. Recent expansions. Renowned transplant success rates despite rural location. Sykes, Cutter, both patients there. My fingers trembled as I started the car. The scrapyard wasn't the disease, it was merely a symptom. Desi's funeral drew a crowd that spilled from St. Mary's Church onto Washington Street. Police departments from 3 counties sent representatives, dress uniforms creating a sea of dark blue beneath gray skies threatening rain. His ex-wife sat front row, mascara tracking silent rivers down hollowed cheeks. I delivered my eulogy on autopilot, words prepared but disconnected from the hollow ache behind my sternum. Desi deserved better than formulaic phrases and rehearsed grief. He deserved justice beyond Cutter's death. The reception afterward followed prescribed rituals, solemn handshakes, shared memories, gradual transition from mourning to wary acceptance. Death was an occupational hazard we all acknowledged without speaking directly about. Desi knew the risks. So did we all. Chief Jenkins cornered me by the coffee urn, voice lowered beneath the murmur of conversation. Hargrove tells me you've been asking questions. I met his gaze steadily. Something's not right about the Cutter case. The man murdered 4 people that we know of, nearly killed a 5th, and took Desi from us. Jenkins stirred creamer into his coffee with short, angry motions. What's not right is you obsessing instead of healing. The transplant connection is being handled by county and state investigators. He clasped my shoulder. Take your leave, Caleb. Grief makes us see patterns that aren't there. But the patterns were there. I'd spent 3 sleepless nights tracing them: financial records, hospital schedules, transport logs, overlapping connections between Bath Regional Medical Center's transplant program and the salvage yard's grisly harvest. Anonymous tip to FBI, routed through channels designed to protect whistleblowers. Evidence compiled, encrypted, sent to federal offices beyond local influence. Now I waited, watching for signs my suspicions had reached receptive eyes. Rain began as I left the reception, fat drops splattering against windshields and darkening the pavement. I drove aimlessly, passing familiar landmarks rendered alien by my new understanding of what lurked beneath Bath's quaint exterior. The salvage yard remained cordoned off, crime scene tape fluttering in strengthening wind. Without conscious decision, I parked across the road, watching water sheet across the padlocked gate. Yellow evidence markers still dotted the ground where Desi fell. My phone buzzed. Text message, unknown number. Harbor Freight loading dock, 1 hour, bring files. Trap or lead? Impossible to know. I considered calling Hargrove, decided against it. Trust had become a limited resource. Harbor Freight occupied a concrete warehouse near Bath's working waterfront, away from tourist areas. Loading bays faced the water, sheltered from street view by stacked shipping containers. Perfect for discreet meetings or ambushes. I parked 2 blocks away, approached on foot through steady rain. Service weapon holstered beneath my jacket. Backup piece strapped to my ankle. Files secured in waterproof messenger bag. The loading area stood empty save for forklift parked against the wall. Rain drummed against metal roofing, providing acoustic cover for approaching footsteps. I positioned myself between containers, sight lines clear to all approaches. Movement near the building's corner. A figure emerged, medical scrubs beneath raincoat, surgical cap covering hair, face masked against the weather or recognition. Officer Knox, female voice, clinically detached. You brought the files? I stayed put. Depends who's asking. She stepped closer, removed her mask. Mid-50s, crow's feet at her eyes, expression worn beyond mere fatigue. Dr. Helen Marston, transplant coordinator, Bath Regional. You're part of it, I said, hand drifting toward my weapon. Part of ending it. She glanced nervously over her shoulder. I have names, dates, evidence of who's running the program. Why now? Because Cutter was just a harvester. Rain plastered her hair against her forehead. The network reaches higher. Hospital administration, pharmaceutical interests. They select who lives and dies based on profit metrics. And you help them. Her shoulders sagged. I believed we were saving lives. By the time I understood the source, I was already complicit. I studied her, weighing sincerity against possible deception. The person who called me. Male voice, medical background. Dr. Lawrence Gaines, chief of surgery. Her expression hardened. Architect of the entire program, started small, directing organs from unidentified bodies toward private patients who paid premium rates. Expanded when demand grew. Cutter was his supplier. She nodded. One of several across 3 states, targeting those society wouldn't miss. Homeless, runaways, people passing through. Why the salvage yard? Isolation, industrial equipment for disposal. Martin Sykes was Lawrence's first special case patient. When Sykes died, Lawrence maintained access through Cutter, who'd been another recipient. I removed my files, handed over select pages. These match your records? She scanned them, nodding grimly. There's more. Schedule for tonight. Private clinic on Drake's Island. Off-books transplant for foreign national. Paying 7 figures. Donor. Already prepped. College student. Hiking accident yesterday in White Mountains. Family believes he's still in intensive care. You're going to help me end this, I said. Not a question. She met my gaze. They killed my sister when she threatened exposure. Patient complication officially. I've been gathering evidence since. Plans formed as rain intensified. Anonymous tip to federal authorities about tonight's illegal operation. Dr. Marston's testimony securing warrants. Electronic records she could access before they disappeared. Justice for Desi. For the victims in cold storage. For hundreds more whose names we might never know. We separated, each with assigned tasks. My cruiser waited 2 blocks away, radio ready to coordinate with trusted contacts in state police. As I reached for the door handle, movement reflected in the window glass. I spun, reaching for my weapon. Too late. The axe came down not on me but on the screaming hostage, Dr. Marston gagged and bleeding. And I froze, gun drawn, realizing I was the only officer left alive in the scrapyard maze while the night shift radio crackled unheard beyond its locked gate. Dr. Lawrence Gaines stood in the rain, surgical precision evident even in violence. Behind him, white panel van idling. Inside, glimpse of steel tables, monitoring equipment, business continuing despite Cutter's demise. Unfortunate, Gaines said, conversationally, releasing Marston's body to crumple on wet pavement. She had skills worth preserving. I aimed center mass. Federal authorities already have everything. Perhaps. He seemed unconcerned. Systems adapt, Officer Knox. Markets persist. There will always be those who pay whatever price necessary to continue living. Not this market. His smile never reached his eyes. You interrupted a scheduled delivery. The client still requires product. I understood then. I wasn't witnessing the aftermath. I was witnessing procurement. My finger tightened on the trigger. Even now, Bath still feels too quiet. Like metal can remember what men do. Caleb Knox survived his encounter with Dr. Gaines. Federal investigators dismantled the organ trafficking network, leading to arrests across 3 states and 2 countries. The full extent of the operation remains unknown as key records were destroyed before seizure. Some nights, walking past Bath Regional Medical Center, Knox still hears the distant clang of metal on metal, like an axe striking surgical steel. The gymnasium had been transformed into something that vaguely resembled elegance if you squinted hard enough and ignored the basketball hoops draped in cheap fabric. Streamers hung from the ceiling like the entrails of some pastel beast, and the disco ball cast fractured light across the faces of my classmates as they swayed to music that seemed to echo from another world entirely. I wasn't part of that world. Not tonight. Not ever. Being a sophomore at prom was like being a ghost at a funeral. You were there, but nobody really wanted to acknowledge your presence. The seniors moved through the space like they owned it, which I suppose they did. Their rented tuxedos and borrowed dresses creating a barrier between us underclassmen and the sacred ritual of their final dance. I had volunteered to help with cleanup, partly because I needed the community service hours, but mostly because I had nothing better to do on a Saturday night. The venue was actually pretty impressive. The old train station had been converted into an event space, and the high ceilings and exposed brick walls gave it character that our school gym could never match. But as the night wore on and the last couples filtered out into the parking lot, their laughter echoing off the empty platform outside, the place began to feel less magical and more like a tomb. The decorations that had seemed festive hours earlier now hung like funeral shrouds in the dim lighting. I spent the better part of 2 hours taking down streamers, folding chairs, and sweeping up the debris of teenage dreams. The other volunteers, mostly freshmen like me who had been roped into service, worked in tired silence, our footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The teachers supervising us looked just as eager to get home, checking their watches and making increasingly obvious hints about wrapping things up. By the time we finished, it was well past midnight. The parking lot had emptied except for a few stragglers and the cleanup crew. My 1994 F-150 sat alone under a flickering street light, looking as out of place among the few remaining cars as I had felt among the prom-goers. The truck was a beast built like a tank, my dad always said. But it was also a piece of shit that guzzled gas and made noises that would wake the dead. Still, it was mine, and in rural South Virginia, having any wheels was better than having no wheels at all. I climbed into the driver's seat, and the familiar smell of worn leather and motor oil wrapped around me like a security blanket. The engine turned over with a reluctant growl, and I sat there for a moment, letting it warm up while I figured out my route home. The GPS on my phone was useless out here, too many dead zones and country roads that hadn't been updated since the Civil War. I'd have to rely on my memory and the vague directions one of the teachers had given me about getting back to the main highway. The radio crackled to life, picking up some distant station playing country music that seemed to drift in and out of static. I turned it off, preferring the silence to the ghostly voices that seemed to be calling from somewhere beyond the reach of the airwaves. The parking lot was empty now except for my truck, and the train station loomed behind me like a monument to forgotten journeys. I pulled out of the lot and onto the rural road, my headlights cutting through the darkness like twin knives. The night air was thick with the smell of recent rain and growing things, the kind of earthy organic scent that city people romanticize but that country folks know can hide all manner of death and decay. The road stretched ahead of me, a ribbon of cracked asphalt that seemed to disappear into the mouth of some great beast. This part of Virginia was old, older than the towns, older than the roads, older than the people who thought they owned it. The land had a memory, and sometimes on nights like this, you could feel it pressing against the windows of your car, whispering secrets that your rational mind refused to accept. I'd grown up here, but I'd never gotten used to the way the darkness seemed to have weight out here, the way it pressed down on you like the palm of some massive hand. The cornfields began about a mile from the train station, stretching out on both sides of the road like a green sea frozen in time. During the day they were beautiful in their own way, orderly rows of stalks that swayed in the breeze like dancers, but at night they became something else entirely. The corn was tall this time of year, nearly 10 feet in some places, and it created walls of shadow that seemed to shift and move in the corner of your vision. The headlights could only penetrate so far into those verdant depths, and beyond their reach lay a darkness that felt alive and hungry. I was doing about 45, maybe 50 miles per hour, fast enough to get home at a reasonable hour, but not so fast that I couldn't handle the curves and hills that dotted this particular stretch of road. My newly minted driver's license was still crisp in my wallet, and I was hyper-aware of every movement of the steering wheel, every pressure on the gas pedal. The freedom of driving was intoxicating, but it came with a responsibility that sometimes felt crushing. The night pressed against the windows like a living thing, and I found myself checking the rearview mirror more often than necessary. There was nothing back there except the road I'd already traveled. But something about the darkness felt different tonight. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was the presence of something else. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up even though I couldn't name what it was. The sensation hit me like a physical blow. A bone-jarring impact that seemed to come from beneath the earth itself. The left side of my truck lurched skyward with a violence that defied physics, as if some giant hand had reached up from the depths and tried to flip the vehicle. For a heart-stopping moment, I was airborne, my stomach dropping into my boots as the F-150's massive frame twisted and bucked like a living thing. The steering wheel fought against my grip, trying to tear itself from my hands with a fury that seemed almost personal. My seatbelt cut into my chest as I was thrown against the driver's side door, then slammed back against the seat with enough force to drive the air from my lungs. The world outside the windows became a blur of spinning darkness and fractured light as the truck's headlights swept across the cornfield in wild, erratic arcs. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. What probably lasted only seconds felt like hours, each moment crystallized in perfect, terrifying clarity. I could hear the screech of metal against asphalt, the grinding of the truck's undercarriage as it scraped against the road surface, the explosive pop of what sounded like a tire blowing out. But underneath it all was another sound, a wet, organic impact that seemed to reverberate through the truck's frame and into my bones. When the truck finally settled back onto all four wheels, the silence that followed was deafening. The engine had stalled, and the only sounds were the tick of cooling metal and the frantic beating of my own heart. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel, and I realized I was hyperventilating, sucking in great gasps of air that tasted of fear and adrenaline. "Holy shit," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the suffocating quiet. "Holy fucking shit." I sat there for a long moment, trying to process what had just happened. Speed bumps didn't feel like that. I'd hit plenty of them in my short driving career, and they were nothing compared to the violence of whatever I'd just run over. This had felt like hitting a boulder or maybe a tree that had fallen across the road. But I'd been watching the road, hadn't I? I'd been careful, alert, hyper-aware of every shadow and curve. My hands fumbled for the key, and it took 3 tries to get the engine started again. The F-150 grumbled to life with a sound that seemed different somehow, rougher, more labored, as if the impact had damaged something fundamental in its mechanical heart. The headlights flickered back to life, casting their pale glow across the road ahead. That's when I saw the depression in the asphalt. It was subtle at first, just a slight irregularity in the road surface that caught the light at an odd angle. But as I stared at it, the true extent of the damage became clear. There was a crater in the road, maybe 3 feet wide and several inches deep, with spiderweb cracks radiating outward from the center like the impact site of a meteorite. The asphalt was torn and buckled, chunks of it scattered across the lane like broken teeth. Whatever I'd hit, it had been heavy, incredibly heavy, heavy enough to crack the road surface and send my 2-ton truck flying. But what could be that heavy and still be lying in the middle of a country road? A fallen tree, maybe, but there were no trees close enough to the road to account for such a massive piece of debris. I put the truck in park and reached for the door handle, my legs feeling like jelly as I prepared to get out and assess the damage. The night air hit me like a physical presence, thick and humid and filled with the scent of growing things and something else, something organic and unpleasant that made my stomach turn. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant whisper of wind through the corn stalks and the slow tick of the truck's cooling engine. I took a step toward the crater, my feet crunching on fragments of broken asphalt. The damage was even worse up close. The road surface was completely destroyed, as if something incredibly heavy had been dropped from a great height, or as if something had been lying there with enough mass to create its own gravitational field. But that was impossible. There was nothing on the road now except the debris from the impact. Whatever I'd hit was gone, vanished into the night as if it had never existed. The logical part of my brain tried to offer explanations. Maybe it had been a deer, and the impact had sent it flying into the cornfield. Maybe it had been a piece of farm equipment that had fallen off a truck and then been dragged away by the farmer who'd lost it. But even as I thought these things, I knew they were wrong. The depression in the road was too big, too deep, too perfectly formed to have been caused by anything that simple. And there was something else, something that made the hair on my arm stand up and my skin crawl with primitive fear. I turned back toward the truck, intending to get the hell out of there and deal with the damage assessment once I was safely home. But as I reached for the door handle, I felt it, a presence, heavy and oppressive, pressing against my consciousness like a physical weight. It was the feeling you get when you know you're being watched, when every instinct in your body is screaming that you're no longer alone. Slowly, reluctantly, I turned around. The road behind me was empty. The cornfield stood silent and still, its tall stalks creating an impenetrable wall of shadow on both sides of the asphalt. But there was something wrong with the silence, something that made it feel less like peace and more like the held breath of a predator preparing to strike. That's when I saw it. A dark shape lying in the middle of the road, perhaps 50 yards back from where I'd stopped. It was massive, easily the size of a large dog or small deer, but there was something wrong with its proportions, something that made my brain refuse to process what it was seeing. The shape was too long, too angular, too wrong to be any animal I'd ever seen. My first instinct was relief. I'd hit someone's dog, and while that was terrible, at least it explained the impact. Dogs were heavy, especially large breeds, and if I'd hit one at 45 miles per hour, it would certainly have been violent enough to damage both the animal and the road surface. My heart sank as I realized I'd have to go back and check on it to see if it was still alive and needed help. But even as I started walking back toward the shape, something inside me was screaming that this was a mistake. Every primitive instinct I possessed was telling me to get back in the truck and drive away as fast as possible. The darkness seemed to press against me from all sides, and the silence had taken on a quality that felt almost malevolent. The shape didn't move as I approached. It lay perfectly still in the middle of the road, and I found myself hoping against hope that it was dead. Not because I wanted to have killed something, but because the alternative was somehow worse. There was something about the way it was positioned, something about the unnatural angles of its limbs that made me want to turn and run. I was maybe 20 feet away when I realized that the shape was breathing. The rise and fall of the thing's ribcage was barely perceptible in the dim red glow of my brake lights. But once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. The breathing was wrong, too slow, too deep, too deliberate. It was the breathing of something that was choosing to breathe, not the automatic reflex of a wounded animal fighting for life. I froze in the middle of the road, my feet suddenly feeling like they were made of lead. The rational part of my brain was still trying to process what I was seeing, offering explanations that became more desperate and less believable with each passing second. It was a dog. It was a deer. It was a person in dark clothing. It was anything except what my eyes were telling me it was. The thing was massive, easily 6 feet long from what I could see, and built like nothing that should exist in the natural world. Its ribcage was visible through what looked like skin stretched too tight over bone, each rib standing out in stark relief like the framework of some abandoned building. The limbs were wrong, too long, too thin, jointed in places where no animal should have joints. And the head was the worst part. It was elongated, almost equine in shape, but there was something fundamentally wrong with the proportions. The skull was too large, too angular, with what looked like deep hollows where the eyes should be. Even in the poor light, I could see that those hollows were filled with a darkness that seemed to absorb the faint red glow of my brake lights. I stood there for what felt like hours, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure it would burst. The thing continued its slow, deliberate breathing, and I found myself synchronizing my own breath to its rhythm without realizing it. The night around us had become absolutely silent. No insects, no wind, no distant traffic. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, without warning, the thing began to move. It didn't get up, not at first. Instead, it shifted position with a fluid grace that defied its apparent size and weight. The movement was wrong in every possible way, like watching a film played in reverse or a puppet controlled by someone who had never seen how living things actually moved. The limbs folded and unfolded in ways that made my stomach turn, and I heard sounds, wet, organic sounds that seemed to come from deep within its body. I wanted to run. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to turn around and sprint back to the truck, to gun the engine and get the hell out of there, but I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the asphalt as if they'd grown there, and my eyes were locked onto the thing in the road as if held by some invisible force. The breathing stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than any sound could have been. It was the silence of a predator that had just noticed its prey, the held breath of something preparing to strike. My skin crawled with the sensation of being watched, evaluated, measured. I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight, pressing against my consciousness with an intensity that made my vision blur at the edges. Then, slowly, so slowly, that at first I thought I was imagining it, the thing began to rise. It didn't get up like an animal would. There was no struggling, no awkward repositioning of limbs, no gradual transition from prone to standing. Instead, it simply unfolded itself, as if it were made of shadows and darkness rather than flesh and bone. The movement was impossibly smooth, like watching smoke take shape, and it defied every law of physics I thought I understood. As it rose, I realized just how wrong I'd been about its size. What I'd taken for a large dog was actually something much, much bigger. The thing stood at least 7 feet tall, and that was while it was hunched over, its spine curved in a way that suggested it could be much taller if it chose to straighten up. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, like the branches of a dead tree, and they moved with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and utterly horrifying. But it was the face that nearly broke my mind. In the dim red light of my brake lights, I could see features that belonged to no earthly creature. The skull was elongated and narrow, with deep-set sockets that held not eyes but pools of absolute darkness. The jaw was too long, too narrow, filled with what looked like rows of needle-sharp teeth that caught the light like broken glass. And the skin, if it could be called skin, was stretched tight over the bone structure, giving it the appearance of something that had been mummified and then brought back to a horrible semblance of life. The thing turned its head toward me, with movements that were too fluid, too precise, too deliberate. I felt its attention settle on me like a physical presence, and suddenly I understood with perfect clarity that I was looking at something that should not exist, something that belonged to a world of nightmares and fever dreams. We stared at each other across the 50 feet of broken asphalt, predator and prey frozen in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity. I could feel its intelligence, cold and alien and utterly without mercy. This wasn't some mindless beast. It was something that thought, that planned, that understood exactly what it was looking at when it looked at me. Then, without breaking eye contact, it began to move. The thing didn't walk. It glided across the road surface with movements that seemed to ignore the laws of physics. Its feet barely touched the ground, and when they did, they made no sound at all. It moved like something that existed partially in this world and partially in another, a creature of shadow and nightmare that had somehow found its way into reality. I watched in horror as it approached the edge of the road, where the asphalt met the wall of corn stalks. For a moment, I thought it was going to disappear into the field, to vanish back into whatever hell had spawned it. But instead, it paused at the edge of the cornfield and turned back to look at me one final time. The message was clear, though no words were spoken. This was its domain, its hunting ground, and I was nothing more than an intruder who had been allowed to live through some cosmic mercy that I couldn't hope to understand. The thing's hollow gaze held mine for several seconds longer, and I felt something cold and alien brush against my mind, a presence that was so fundamentally wrong that it made my sanity recoil like a snail touched by salt. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the thing melted back into the cornfield. One moment it was there, a nightmare made manifest in the red glow of my brake lights, and the next it was gone, leaving behind only the whisper of corn stalks moving in a wind that I couldn't feel. I stood in the middle of the road for a long time after it disappeared, my mind struggling to process what I'd just witnessed. The rational part of my brain was already working overtime, trying to explain away what I'd seen, to find some logical explanation for the impossible. But deep down, in the primitive part of my consciousness that still remembered when humans were prey animals, I knew exactly what I'd encountered. Something that should not exist had allowed me to live, and I had no idea why. My body moved before my mind had fully processed what had happened. One moment I was standing frozen in the middle of the road, staring at the place where the thing had vanished into the cornfield, and the next I was sprinting toward my truck with a speed I didn't know I possessed. My sneakers slapped against the broken asphalt, and I could hear my own breathing, harsh and ragged in the oppressive silence of the night. The truck door felt like salvation as I yanked it open and threw myself inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, and when I finally managed to start the engine, it sputtered and coughed like it was as eager to get away from this place as I was. The headlights swept across the road ahead, illuminating nothing but empty asphalt and the towering walls of corn on either side. I gunned the engine and felt the F-150 leap forward with the violence that pressed me back into the seat. The speedometer climbed past 50, then 60, then 70 miles per hour, far too fast for this winding country road. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever was lurking in that cornfield. The truck was making noises it had never made before. A grinding sound from somewhere in the undercarriage, a rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from the left front wheel, and an occasional screech of metal on metal that made my teeth ache. But it was moving, carrying me away from the nightmare behind me, and that was all that mattered. The cornfield seemed to stretch on forever, an endless wall of green that pressed against the road from both sides. In the harsh glare of my headlights, the stalks looked like prison bars, and I found myself wondering what else might be hiding in their depths. How many other things like the one I'd encountered were out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting driver to come along. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see nothing but the road behind me, but what I saw made my blood turn to ice. There was something moving in the corn, a disturbance in the stalks that was keeping pace with my truck despite the fact that I was doing nearly 80 miles per hour. It was like watching a shark fin cutting through water, except the water was a sea of green corn, and the shark was something that had no business existing in the natural world. Come on, I muttered, pressing harder on the accelerator. The engine responded with a roar that seemed to shake the entire truck, and the speedometer needle climbed past 85. The steering wheel vibrated in my hands and I could feel the vehicle becoming unstable at this speed, but I didn't dare slow down. Whatever was in the cornfield was still there, still pacing me, still watching. The trees finally began to close in around the road, the cornfield giving way to the deep woods that characterized this part of Virginia. The canopy overhead blocked out most of the stars, creating a tunnel of darkness that my headlights barely penetrated. But at least the corn was behind me now, and when I checked the rearview mirror, I could see nothing but empty road stretching back into the night. I forced myself to slow down to a more reasonable speed, though my heart was still hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. The truck's engine was laboring, and I could smell something burning, oil maybe, or transmission fluid. The impact with whatever that thing had been had damaged more than just the road surface. It had hurt my truck in ways I was only beginning to understand. The forest pressed in on both sides of the road now, and while it was certainly dark and foreboding, it felt infinitely safer than the cornfield. Trees were normal, trees were natural. Trees didn't hide impossibly tall creatures that moved like living shadows and stared at you with hollow eyes that seemed to see into your soul. I tried to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that the adrenaline and shock of the accident had caused me to hallucinate. Maybe I'd hit a deer after all, and the trauma of the impact had made me see things that weren't there. Maybe the shape in the road had been nothing more than the deer's carcass, and my terrified mind had transformed it into something supernatural. But even as I thought these things, I knew they were lies. The memory of the thing's hollow gaze was burned into my consciousness with a clarity that no hallucination could match. I could still feel the cold alien presence that had brushed against my mind, still hear the wet organic sounds it had made as it moved. Whatever I'd encountered back there, it had been real, and it had been watching me with an intelligence that was both ancient and utterly inhuman. The road began to look familiar as I approached the outskirts of town. Streetlights appeared like beacons in the darkness, and I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders as I saw the first signs of civilization. A gas station, a fast food restaurant, a strip mall that looked like paradise after the horror of the cornfield. These were normal things, human things, and they reminded me that I was still in a world that made sense, even if I'd just encountered something that didn't. My house was dark when I pulled into the driveway, and I'd never been so grateful to see anything in my life. The familiar shape of the two-story Colonial, with its white siding and blue shutters, looked like a fortress against the darkness. I sat in the truck for a moment, engine running, just staring at the house and trying to process what had happened. The front door was only 30 feet away, but it might as well have been 30 miles. The darkness between the truck and the house seemed thick and alive, filled with potential threats that my newly awakened paranoia insisted were lurking just beyond the reach of the streetlights. What if the thing had followed me home? What if it was waiting for me to get out of the truck, to make myself vulnerable? I forced myself to turn off the engine and open the door. The night air hit me like a physical presence, and I could smell the same organic, earthy scent that had been present at the cornfield. My legs felt like jelly as I stumbled toward the house, my keys jingling in my shaking hands as I fumbled with the lock. The house was silent when I stepped inside, filled with the comfortable darkness of a place where people were sleeping peacefully. My parents' bedroom was upstairs, and I could hear the faint sound of my father's snoring, a sound that had always annoyed me but now seemed like the most beautiful music in the world. It was normal, human, alive. I made my way to my room without turning on any lights, not wanting to wake anyone or have to explain why I was home so late. The familiar surroundings should have been comforting, but instead they felt strange and alien, as if the encounter in the cornfield had changed something fundamental about the way I perceived the world. I sat on the edge of my bed and stared out the window at the night beyond. The street was empty, lit by the familiar orange glow of sodium vapor lights, and everything looked exactly as it should. But I knew that somewhere out there, in the darkness between the towns and the cities, things were moving that had no business existing in the world I thought I knew. The tears came without warning, hot and bitter, and filled with a despair I couldn't name. I wasn't crying because I was sad. I was crying because I was terrified, because I'd seen something that had fundamentally altered my understanding of reality, and because I knew that no one would ever believe me if I tried to tell them what had happened. I curled up on my bed fully clothed and stared at the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around me. But even those comforting noises couldn't drown out the memory of the thing's hollow gaze, or the wet sounds it had made as it moved, or the cold alien presence that had brushed against my mind like the touch of something that should have been dead. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with nightmares of cornfields and hollow eyes and creatures that moved like shadows given form. And in every dream, I was running, always running, but never fast enough to escape the thing that was following me through the darkness. Dawn came like a judgment, gray and cold and unforgiving. I hadn't really slept, just dozed fitfully between nightmares, starting awake every time I heard a sound that might have been footsteps or breathing or something moving through the corn that existed only in my fractured dreams. The morning light filtering through my bedroom window should have been reassuring, but instead it only served to make the previous night's events seem more surreal, more impossible. I lay in bed for a long time staring at the ceiling and trying to convince myself that it had all been a dream. The rational part of my mind was working overtime, offering explanations that became more desperate with each passing moment. Stress from the prom cleanup, exhaustion from staying up too late, the disorientation of driving unfamiliar roads in the dark, anything except the possibility that I'd actually encountered something that shouldn't exist. But even as I tried to rationalize what I'd seen, I knew I was lying to myself. The memory was too vivid, too detailed, too consistent. I could still feel the cold, alien presence that had brushed against my mind, still see the hollow eyes that had stared at me from across the broken asphalt. Whatever I'd encountered in that cornfield, it had been real, and it had left its mark on me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The smell of bacon and coffee drifted up from the kitchen, and I realized that my parents were already up and moving around. The thought of facing them, of pretending that everything was normal, filled me with a dread that was almost as intense as what I'd felt the night before. How could I sit at the breakfast table and make small talk about the weather when I'd just witnessed something that challenged every assumption I'd ever held about the nature of reality? I forced myself to get up and look out the window at the driveway below. My truck was parked exactly where I'd left it, and in the morning light it looked perfectly normal, just another beat-up F-150 that had seen better days. But I knew that if I looked closely, I'd find evidence of what had happened, damage that couldn't be explained by normal wear and tear or a simple fender bender. The thought of examining the truck filled me with a mixture of dread and compulsion. I needed to know if the damage was real, if there was physical evidence to support what I'd experienced. But I also dreaded what I might find, because proof would mean that I couldn't dismiss the encounter as a hallucination or a dream. I got dressed and went downstairs, trying to act as normal as possible. My parents were in the kitchen, my father reading the newspaper while my mother cooked breakfast. They looked up when I entered, and I forced myself to smile and mumble something about being tired. "How was the cleanup?" my mother asked, flipping a pancake with practiced ease. "Fine," I managed, pouring myself a cup of coffee with hands that I hoped weren't shaking too badly. "Just took longer than expected." My father looked up from his paper. "You got home pretty late. I heard you come in around 2. "Yeah, sorry about that. Had to make sure everything was put away properly." They seemed to accept this explanation, returning to their morning routines without suspicion. But I could barely choke down the breakfast they'd prepared, my stomach churning with anxiety and the lingering effects of adrenaline. Every bite tasted like ash, and I found myself jumping at every sound, the coffee pot gurgling, the refrigerator cycling on, the newspaper rustling in my father's hands. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. "I think I'll go check on the truck," I said, standing up abruptly. "Make sure it's running okay after last night." My parents exchanged a look that I couldn't quite decipher. "Is there something wrong with it?" my father asked. "No, just, want to make sure everything's good." I escaped to the driveway before they could ask any more questions, and the morning air hit me like a slap. It was warm and humid, typical for a Virginia summer, but there was something else in the air, a faint organic scent that reminded me of the cornfield and made my skin crawl. The truck looked innocent enough in the daylight, but as I walked around it, I began to notice details that made my blood run cold. The left front fender was crumpled, not badly but enough to be noticeable. The metal was dented inward in a pattern that looked almost like a handprint, or something that might have been a handprint if hands were 3 times larger than they should be and had too many fingers. But it was the damage to the undercarriage that really got my attention. I had to lie down on the driveway and crawl under the truck to see it properly. But what I found there made my mouth go dry. The metal frame was twisted and gouged, as if something incredibly sharp had raked across it. There were scratches in the steel that were too deep, too precise, too deliberate to have been caused by road debris or a simple collision. And there was something else, something that made my rational mind recoil in horror. Caught on one of the twisted pieces of metal was a fragment of what looked like organic material. It was dark and fibrous like hair or fur, but it had a texture that was wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. When I reached out to touch it, my fingers jerked back instinctively, as if they'd been burned. The smell was stronger under the truck. That same organic, earthy scent that had been present at the cornfield. But there was something else mixed in with it, something that reminded me of old bones and dried blood, and things that had been dead for a very long time. I crawled out from under the truck and stood up, brushing dirt off my clothes with hands that were shaking uncontrollably. The evidence was undeniable. I'd hit something the night before, something that had left physical traces on my truck. But the nature of that damage, the size and shape of the dent, the claw marks on the undercarriage, none of it made sense if I'd simply collided with a deer or a dog or any other normal animal. I spent the rest of the morning in my room, staring out the window and trying to process what I'd discovered. The fragment of organic material was still under the truck, and I knew I should probably remove it, but the thought of touching it again made my skin crawl. There was something fundamentally wrong about it, something that made every instinct I possessed scream in revulsion. The day passed in a haze of anxiety and paranoia. I couldn't concentrate on anything, couldn't hold a conversation, couldn't even watch television without my mind drifting back to the cornfield and the thing that had stared at me with hollow eyes. Every sound made me jump, every shadow seemed to hide potential threats, and I found myself checking the locks on the doors and windows obsessively. As evening approached, I realized that I was terrified of the coming darkness. The thought of night falling, of the world being plunged back into the same conditions that had existed when I'd encountered the thing, filled me with a dread that was almost paralyzing. I'd never been afraid of the dark before, but now it represented something more than just the absence of light. It was a realm where impossible things could exist, where the normal rules of reality didn't apply. I tried to stay awake as long as possible, but eventually exhaustion overwhelmed my fear, and I fell into a fitful sleep filled with nightmares of cornfields and hollow eyes and creatures that moved like shadows given form. And in every dream I was running, always running, but never fast enough to escape the thing that was following me through the darkness. When I woke up, it was to the sound of something moving outside my window. I lay perfectly still, listening to the soft scraping sound that seemed to be coming from the side of the house. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like something was dragging itself across the siding. My heart hammered against my ribs as I strained to hear more, but the sound stopped as suddenly as it had begun. I forced myself to get up and look out the window, but the yard below was empty, lit by the pale glow of the streetlights. There was nothing there, no sign of whatever had been making the noise. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew that it hadn't been the wind or a tree branch or any other normal explanation my mind tried to offer. The thing from the cornfield had found me. I never did learn to drive comfortably at night again. Even now, years later, the thought of being alone on a dark country road fills me with a terror that's as fresh and immediate as it was that night. I've moved away from Virginia, built a life in a city where the streets are always lit and the darkness never feels quite as deep. But I still wake up sometimes to the sound of something moving outside my window. And sometimes in the corner of my vision, I catch a glimpse of something tall and impossibly thin, something that moves like a shadow and watches me with hollow eyes that seem to see into my soul. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the lingering effects of trauma. But deep down, I know the truth. Some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and some encounters leave marks that time can never heal. The thing in the cornfield is still out there, waiting for the next unsuspecting driver to come along. And sometimes, on dark nights when the moon is hidden and the world seems to hold its breath, I can feel its attention turning toward me across the miles, cold and alien, and utterly without mercy. I survived my encounter with the impossible, but I was never the same. The world I thought I knew, the safe, rational world of physics and logic and things that made sense, was revealed to be nothing more than a thin veneer over something much older and more terrible. And once you've seen through that veneer, once you've glimpsed the hungry darkness that lies beneath, you can never quite forget what's waiting out there in the spaces between the streetlights. The cornfield remembers, and so do I.